Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you live. I greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator. I am your humble servant, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I do greet you with the love and the honor of the infinite Creator, and I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. So, with that said, it is morning time here. Alex, the Gunderman. Speaking of which, hey, Miss Chloe, how y'all doing this fine Wednesday? For me, it turned into Wednesday a little bit ago. So, and before I forget, I have to take my meds. So, while I'm gathering all my meds, I got a bunch of them over here. My heart meds. Um, I better take my heart medicines. And you go, well, Hawkeye, why? Well, regulate your heart. But here's the other thing. Here recently, and they've done this before, ooh, there's an eclipse coming. Oh, Gertrude and Eclipse, the two seagulls. Here's all my meds lined up. But this is my at bedtime medicine. Um, there's one. And there are folks who are out there, we had an eclipse that came a few years back, and now this one is going to make an X. Okay. And it's going to be in the middle part of the United States. And that X marks the spot of something, right? And I think it's one hell of a coinkydink, coincidence. But this idea, that there are folks who are going off the rail about the X marks the spot thing for the eclipse. And do you know what causes an eclipse? A new moon. And for me, I was having doing some of my crazy meditation. Hey, Miss Pearl. Oh, it's so good to see you. I have been. I'm always sending prayers to you, Miss Pearl, but you were on my mind the other day, and I was like, dang, man, I hope she's okay. I hope everything's going groovy with you. Stand your ground. Hey, Scotty boy, how are you? Hey, Miss F Kitty. So, but anyway, let me finish taking my meds. 3 down, 3 to go. My Entresto. Is that it? Is that the one? Yeah. My ranolazine, which is the med that makes me hallucinate. Boy, I was on it today. Something was weird. I mean, just funky. And I kept taking some steps and things were a little, I had wanted to go into town and get some milk and a couple of other things, not really much, and go take a ride. And they said, "No, you ain't. You're staying here to the house. You are not getting behind the wheel of a vehicle." And so I didn't go anywhere. I stayed here, and time was just like all of a sudden it was time for the show tonight. It really strange thing about time today. It was just warped, you know. But so in my asking of the universe, hey guys, gals, and in betweens. um, what is up with the eclipse thing? And they're like, it's an eclipse. And I'm like, yeah, hey Steve, how are you? And I'm like, well, what's the significance of the X? Nothing. Are you sure? Yeah. But they want to make something of it. And so, in having a chat with my counselors, you know, uh, and going over some things, and if you pay any attention to what these folks are trying to do to us, you got to be careful what you say, for example. Um, for example, okay, I've had several videos, old ones, and one new one recently pulled because I discussed those things that go over, you know, and they have pulled them and warned me severely. And it's like, now hang on, you wait a minute. There are other channels with hundreds of thousands, if thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people, and they talk about some of this stuff all the time. And I don't see, hey Mark, I don't see their videos getting pulled. They haven't said anything. Of course, they're very careful with what they say. But now, get this. Now, because me, myself, and I, and a couple of other folks, we have discussed it here. You know that guy over there that's in the war with Ukraine, the Russian folks, the El Presidente over there, whose name I will not mention because they're saying that if I were to defend him, then I am a terrorist. I'm a spy because I don't think that president over there, they're blaming him for everything. He's Hitler. He's this, he's that, and there are a lot of us are going, no, y'all got they're putting fear into the universe to continue with the chaos, right? They have to keep the chaos going. Hey, Scotty boy, did I say hi? P. Uten, okay? But that if you, now the free speech thing is such that if you defend him or them, that you must be a commie. I must be a commie. And some of these other folks are going, no, man, he got a raw deal. People have been lying about what he said, which is actually the truth. But, if we defend him, can you believe it? Seriously? Ooh, my thing just rebooted. Hey, F Kitty. I'm missing. Hey, Alex, come on. Duromsk. Much like the things that during the lockdown stuff and those jabby things. I gotta be. I'm terrified. I'm going to say something. Well, not really terrified, but I will avoid it at all costs because they're big brothers watching. Oh, now who the hell am I? There are 11 people in here right now, and I love you all, I do. But I mean, what significance are me and you all, the 11 people, are like we're gonna terrorize the world because I said something about you know an Ask M, um, things that cover your face, a scarf, you know. But wait a minute, hang on, well, but here this last week, I know this is Tuesday, I guess it was last week, that folks are saying, we got to be careful about what we say, because if we defend some folks over on the other side of the pond over there, that we could and would be considered terrorists. Because somebody on one of these shows were going, Putin is like Hitler, and he's killing everybody and he's murdering everybody, and he is, and somebody said, well, no, he's not. He has every right as president. He was elected, and he has every right to stand up with Russia, and that the Ukraine was part of Russia at one time. Go back through history and take a peek at the maps, and and look at World War II, and where Hitler went through Ukraine and then into Russia, and Russia was to take back the Ukraine from the Germans in World War II. So, they were to take back the Ukraine from the Germans. Okay. So pay attention to history, but who cares about history? Let's make up a lie, and and if we repeat the lie enough times, people will actually believe it. So the same thing is happening, I firmly believe. Now, I told somebody tonight, I said, if something happens with the X marks the spot thing with the eclipse, I will eat my shorts. Okay. And without teeth, it ought to be interesting. I'll just have to cut it up and into small pieces and saute it in some gravy. But it's a fear factor thingy, in my personal belief, that they are pushing fear about this eclipse. All right. We're all going to die. The X marks the spot in the middle of the United States. But we've been chosen. There's something, there's going to be a rapture. There's going to be a this. There's going to be a that. And in watching this stuff, back several years ago when they first brought up the fact that this eclipse coming up here in a few days, that this eclipse was, they planned it. Who planned it? The bad guys, the aliens planned this. That it was planned, it was ordained by God. And I'm thinking it's a quinky dink. But no, there's all kind of spiritual things tied to this. And there's all kinds of stuff. And we're, the potential that we're all gonna die. And the people in that X is like, God's gonna smite you all down there, and all kinds of stuff. And it's got people terrified. It's got people in a chaotic state. And just watching and looking, and it's like, this is insanity, in my humble opinion. And there are some people who are honestly terrified. Okay. They're not just a little scared and a little jumpy or jittery. They are literally scared to almost death. I took my heart medicine, so I'm covered, But I've tried to listen to some of this stuff, and I just can't do it. It's like, they've been talking about, the red heifers, right? The red cows things. They're going to sacrifice them on an altar somewhere. They're supposed to do it where the Dome of the Rock is, kind of thing. And they're supposed to start a new temple, and they're silly, Callan, silly. Where's big, Although it's senseless, good for you. I'm not worried about the eclipse or much. Yeah, right on, Steve. Oh, hey, oh, I can't see. It's not, what's not senseless. I laugh at them. I tried to explain things to them, but. Now, years ago, I got caught in the trap. Caught in a trap. Um, but I would have believed this. And it's like, but after watching the last, doesn't the Bible say no man will be able to call it? Yep. So all this BS trying to start isn't his. Yep, it's not his handiwork. That you got that right. How many years? What? Any updates on the cause? Hey, David. Not directly, but indirectly. So, because you know me, I meditated on it, and then the next day there was a picture that they did that came out on the site, and I was like, oh look, you know, because I was like, we haven't heard from Dante in a while, so are y'all going to drop a message to let us know that y'all are still out there? And the next morning, there was a couple of pictures, right? And I was like, thumbs up. Okay, there's my answer. So, but the thing is that, you know, if we remember what Dante said, but now it's been a couple of months ago now, is that he was moving. And so, if all of y'all know anything at all about moving, you know, there's a lot of stuff. And so that you have to do. And, you know, his wife is supposedly the opera singer person. And so, you know, working with schedules and doing this and that. I imagine he'd been pretty busy. And he, you know, he's involved in the war over there. So it's a shame that we don't have more information than that he could sit down and do a little podcast with us. But they're saying, my internals are saying right now that yeah, he's busy as hell, and they've been having some kind of connection problem, which makes sense. If he's in a war torn area and the towers are down, or you can't plug in somewhere at a cafe, it would be difficult to you know, stay connected. So, but what I heard so far, we'll see, is that he is safe but busy as hell. And so, in fact, I was outside today and on that meditation, and they were like, Hawkeye, you need to do a, a Silent 72 video and just, you know, and basically say what I just said. You know, believe, 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 and don't lose your faith. Peace of mind. No made up stories here. Not on purpose, anyway. Mark, just for me, kitty, not blue. But so anyway, and trying to listen to some of the folks who are peddling the fear with the eclipse. Now, I absolutely agree that it's a coinky dink. Okay. But years ago, when they predicted that this was going to happen, and here we are, I was more concerned about which way the moon was traveling. Because before, the moon traveled this way, okay, from like Seattle down to Georgia, okay. Now it's coming up from the bottom, you know, up from Texas ish and going up across. So I'm more concerned about where the hell the moon is during this eclipse. Not that there's going to be one and that there's going to be an X marks the spot thing. I'm more worried about where the moon is at the time. You know me, I've done the earth rumbles thingies and the moon stuff over the years and galactic updates kind of thingy with the stars and all. And oh, by the way, there are a couple of UFOs have been hanging out down here in the south, and I hope I can get a picture one of these days. Who was that just went by? Mark the Ark. How can the sun go from west to east? It can't. The earth would have to stop and go the other way. Well, the moon has been a different. Hello, what? Monkey bags. Oh, you look like a guy I would meet at a campfire in Red Dead Redemption 2. I don't, is that a game? Oh, I research flat earth. I'm sorry. Y'all can have it, not me. I've been studying the stars and the earth and stuff since I was a little kid, and I'm 71 years old and going to be 72, not 72 and not too long. My tolerance is very low, Mark. Oh, yes, this hat does have a lot of stories. Absolutely. Whoops. God, this cell phone is so touchy. All right, I kind of sort of caught up. Can I ask a real question? I'm not being rude, I promise. Does it make a difference if the earth is flat, and if so, what? In the universe of things, Chloe, it can't be flat because all the planets rotate, and the flat earthers say, no, that's just, a picture up there, you know. And the sun is in one spot and shoots down, and the flat earth, and there's an ice wall all the way around us and stuff. And I'm sorry, I just can't go there. Um, because I've studied astronomy, okay, and in college, and I've got telescopes. In fact, I went out the other night looking for the comet that's supposed to be close to the sun right now, that's coming in, and I've seen many celestial things myself, which automatically disprove the flat Earth. Um, Flat Earth got started a long time ago, and it's sort of like you're going to fall off the edge. Well, if you sail over here, you're going to fall off the edge, and if you go over here, you're going to meet an ice wall, and you can't go any further. And I just, I've been up in airplanes, and I've seen the curvature of the Earth myself. And I'm sorry, but the Earth is not flat. But those folks who believe that it is, and here's the thing about the flat earth. I respect y'all if you want to believe that, okay? And it's, to me, it's very convoluted. I can't get the sun's up here and the thingy, and I the flat earth thing. Just as much as I studied it several years ago, it did none of it made sense. and it did not set with me. Okay. Where something that I see or I'm reading or whatever, and if it means something really truly, to me, I'll feel it. I'll go, wow, that's gonna hit me at home. But the flat earth thing, nah, no. But here's the thing. With the different timelines that have been shifting, and with the different energies that have come out of the center of the galaxy, which are still affecting us now, um, when you find you've been lied to about everything, yep, trying to think about all that. If you have a Dobsonian telescope and look through it quite often, it doesn't disprove flat Earth. Okay. But here's my thing about the flat Earth stuff. It seems that there is a dimensional difference, and I kind of I'm on board with this, in that there are dimensional things that are coming together, and in a different timeline, in a different dimension, the Earth is flat. And it's absolutely there, and it's the way it's described, and everybody believes in it, and it's a flat Earth, but it ain't in this timeline. So I respect those folks who believe it. I'm not going to argue with them. But I'm sorry, I'm a round earth person with all the studies and everything, and all the many times I've been up in airplanes and, could see the curvature myself. And I'm sorry, you know, everybody believes, oh, well, there is, spaceships don't really go up, and there are no satellites up there. And I'm sorry, there are satellites up there, you know. Hawkeye, what are your thoughts on Inner Earth? I think Inner Earth is very, 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 very possible. Absolutely. I believe in Inner Earth a lot, babe, 100 times before I believe in the flat Earth. Okay. And if the Earth was flat, then you couldn't have, what we got. If the Earth was flat with all of the cats in the world, everything would be pushed off by now. Scotty boy. I can't say for certain the Earth has curvature. I don't know what is, but really matter to me, but I do get your point. Most are blind to waking up to the truth. The eighth would be, I can honestly say. Oh, Duggar, yep. F. Kitty, with all of our realities touching and overlapping, one of us might have a flat earth, not mine, but maybe one of y'all. See, I absolutely, F. Kitty. And a couple of years ago, about 4 now, I can't remember who it was or how it come about, but the messages were that, with all the energies and the timelines and stuff, and stuff was really nuts. It still is, but a couple of years ago, it was really nuts. And it was suggested that, there were some timelines that were crossing and intersecting, and that, there were folks who in their reality, it's sort of like a bizarro world, but still that the earth is flat in their spot, And so I was just, I was kind of sort of being rude back then. And my spirit guide said, "You can't do that, do you?" "Oh, what do you mean? The flat earth is stupid and these people are fucked in the head." What? And they were like, "Because of timelines, because of weird things that happen in the universe. Hey, Barry, that these folks might actually be on a flat earth in their reality. It ain't in mine." So, but I'm not going to argue with them. I have been through it. I've studied it, and people say, "Well, you haven't studied it enough." Yes, I have. I've studied it enough to know that it ain't for me. So, reading more or studying more is not going. I'm already unconvinced, But I would absolutely go with the theory that there has been a timeline shift or something, and that the people who believe in the flat Earth, our wires have been crossed. Y'all did live on a flat Earth at one time, but not mine. Believe, 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 believe. Nah, I don't. Barry, that's funny. But so I'm not going to make jokes with flat earthers anymore or anything like that. I'm going to leave the subject alone. And those people who are so hell bent for election that the earth is flat, okie dokie. I'm going to leave it at that. Cheers, everybody. We got 5 minutes for a 20. So, but anyway, what is the basic, the Ween tribe? Hey, Mark, that's cute. I'm not a big on the um okay, so my question is basically, and I don't know if you all might have discussed it before. Do you think that this X marks the spot with the eclipse is really going to mean something? That there's really something going to happen? That I mean, and it's 4 minutes. I'm a boober, or but in watching this stuff, if anything happens, it was it was the government. Yep. Now, F Kitty, I'm gonna. I agree with you, but let's twist that government thingy into maybe the government's going to be the ones blamed, but there are actually other factions involved doing it. But I agree with you. They're going to blame it on the government, but it's other folkses that are twisting that knob. Nope, I don't believe anything good. I do not. Yep. And our military, no respect for anymore. Yeah. I'm sorry. When they put that trans guy out for the who's in charge of the Navy or something, or maybe it's a trans woman who's a guy. I don't know. When they brought that person out, and it was like, what? You couldn't find like a real admiral somewhere. You couldn't find a real honest to God admiral or oh my God. Well, we're trying to be inclusive. This inclusion stuff is going to get us killed, you know. Okie dokie, you know. Why don't you just be an admiral and shh about what you do at home? You know what I mean? Don't bring it to work, you know? Don't bring it to work. So, okay, it's 2 minutes before. It's early. Bad guys have been wanting war for absolutely, absolutely. You know, with the Agenda 2030 thing, the COVID thing did not kill enough people. However, there are a lot of sick people out there who, you know, that were not sick, and you know what I mean. And because the death rate is higher now in the last couple of years on average in many of the countries, US up 15 to 20%, the UK and all these other countries, the death rate's up since then, right? So what's the cause and effect? Well, you know, it doesn't take much to like, what? You mean you had 3 or 4 of them things? Yeah. And you now have a heart murmur, and now you have, you know, oh, you know, okay. And your child has autism now, and where they didn't before. What's going on here? So, you know, as Robert Kennedy Jr. has stated many of the things that he's talked about, you know, there's something fishy going on here, right? So, it's a 20. What needed to be said? I missed it. I think it makes be symbology of some sort of twisted belief ceremonies, but the hype of fear, the eclipse day, doesn't make me worried. Yeah. Oh, trust me, there are folks who are going to try to do something. Okay. Oh, God, spraying the crap out of us. Yeah. Traitors. Yep. Okay. Okay. I think I caught up. Right. Our thoughts are very powerful. And one of the things, you know, with these folks who are promoting the fear, you know, and the chaos and so forth, those folks want something to happen. They really want it. You know, they'll argue with you and go, "Well, no, I don't." Yes, you do, because you keep harping about it. You won't flip and shut up. Oh, the eclipse. Oh, the eclipse. Oh, the X marks. Oh, the eclipse. Oh, shut up. I mean, just, you know, this over and 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 over. You know, the red heifer thingy. You know, they're gonna kill a cow and it's over there, and the temple and the stop it. Let them go ahead and do it. Quit worrying about it. Well, we're going to kill a cow. Okay, it's a heifer. Okay, you know, and we're, you know, and it's a special one. Okay. And we're going to murder this cow on an altar. Okay. You're going to eat it afterwards. You're going to have a big barbecue. What's the deal with that? True and true, Chloe. I don't agree with anyone being part of a military forces either. In a lot of ways, Barry, you're right. This country fell for Orson Welles' War of the Worlds. Expect anything. And in a lot of ways, that's true. You know, it was just a story. But they put out so many stories now that people are believing the narratives, and when you look at the facts, you go, wait a minute, that narrative is wrong. It's false. And it's like, but this is true. They said it on the news, and you go, holy crap. It's like, it's been about 25 years ago now. It was in the late 90s. The flat earth thing started coming back. And it was like, anybody before that, flat earth, what's that? But then all of a sudden, boom, the internet got stronger. There was all kinds of other things. And all of a sudden, flat earth was like real. That the earth is flat. Okay. Because they want to believe it's flat. Okay. And hey, Logan, hi, how are you? So, like I said earlier, I'm not going to argue and put up a fuss or fight or whatever, but for those folks who believe it, it is. Okay. You know, they're convinced. Okay. And no matter what I say or do, or no matter what we say or do, or no matter if we took them on a spaceship ride and went around the earth, they would still go, nah. So it's okay. It's all right. In their belief, in their mind, and so forth. I got it. And some of these folks are very intelligent until it gets to that. So there goes Duggar. Hush yourself. Calm down, will you? He jumps up and scares the crap out of me all through the night, because he's always looking out the window. And so there he goes. Um, oh, there's a barber in the house too. Wait, are you? Are you speaking to me? Am I a professor of the universe? Shamans usually are. I am a shaman in training, okay? And but I have studied all types of uh I've studied everything. I mean, just I there ain't some you might mention something I'm like, well, I'm not sure what that is, but from computers and AI to fishing and biology and engineering and all that kind of stuff. So um anyone over 50 knows about the Sumerian tablets. Yep. And there are some folks that are younger than the younger than 50, like in their 40s. But yeah, to your point, is that, wait, I don't have my glasses. Is that 001 or triple? Oh, it's 0101. Oh, okay. Ah, code, huh? 010. I was talking with a friend of mine. It's been a couple of weeks now, and we were talking about things. And I said, there are things, for example, the Null set, David Null. Okay. So you say, okay, well, what is this Null set? It's the empty set. All right. So it has a value, but it doesn't. Like 0 has a value, but it doesn't. Without 0, there wouldn't be a -1 or a +1, right? Göbekli Tepe is real interesting. Yeah, predates. Oh, there's a lot of stuff that predates the Sumerians. I I am more on the side of Graham Hancock. Okay, in that the mainstream archaeologist, and I have studied archaeology myself, have been to Indian mounds and things and done a little digging on my own. I've got some things here at my house that I dug up, in an area near a mound, like a half a mile to a mound, but still in the area. But the time the dates that they put on some of this stuff, it just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense. The pyramids are much older than they claim they are, because the people in the era that they claim the pyramids were built didn't have the technology to build the pyramids. It is dated further back because there were smarter people than the Egyptians, because they're the ones that built the pyramids. The Egyptians just decorated them. What part of America are you from? Are you speaking to me? I'm in South Georgia. I was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, raised in Tampa, Florida, and I've been here for 50 years in South Georgia. Glad you got the 100%. Yep. What's that? Catastrophicism. Yep. Yep. Shit happens repeatedly. And often we are adept civilization has blazed and crushed and glaciers and all of that stuff. Absolutely. I was listening to the weather report the other day, and it was like, woo, the high for the day was like, it was 76 degrees or something. And it said that, the record high was like 90 something back in 1912 or something like that. And I was like, holy crap. So, we talk about global warming and we talk about how climate change, and it's like, but in 1912, nobody talked about this. But in 1912, there was a heat wave in March, and then, for the low for the day back in 37 or something like that, in that area, that, there was, a cold spell, so it's like, well, wait a minute. So hot spell, cold spell, what's the simple answer is this. The world changes, the earth changes, the weather changes. I've talked about the earth wobble for years, and it's doing this number, right? It's back and forth, and the scientists have discussed this, that the earth is wobbling, and they've always said that the earth is wobbled, but not like it's doing now. So, and my point about my discussion about the moon over the years, that it fluctuates in its orbit. At new moon, it's way low in the sky. At full moon, it's straight overhead, right? And it didn't used to do that. It used to take months for it to make that travel. Now it takes it a few days in relay. It takes half a month to get to the straight overhead, and then it takes the rest of the 2014 days for it to go back down where the new moon is every month, right? So it's like, and I've been watching this for years now, and it's still going on. And some days Like one day the moon was down here looking out. I was like, wow, that's really low in the sky. And then next night it had popped up like up here. And I was like, holy crap. Normally it like slowly goes up to the, perpendicular overhead thingy. But in one day it jumped a bunch. So, um, there's some odd celestial things going on within our solar system, with just us and the moon. And, I don't think that, well, wait a minute. Let me back that. I was going to say, I don't think there's any outside forces that are actually doing this. I'm like a giant god that's moving the moon. Okay. But I do think there are outside forces like the cosmic rays and magnetism and stuff coming out of the center of the universe. So has the eclipse started yet? No. Um, the eclipse is caused by a new moon, and we have a new moon every month, every 28 and 1/4 days, because the moon gets between the sun and the earth and it blocks it out. So that's the eclipse. And not every month do we have an eclipse, but every month we have a new moon because of the way the moon travels around the earth. So, but anyway, um, so to me, this is just another eclipse. This is just another new moon that happens to be an eclipse. It happens to be in that spot that makes an eclipse. And I think it's really, really cool. Do you have a plan to toast the red sun on your what? On the red sun? Good night, Scotty. I agree with you, 0101. It's this. Yeah, the solar max and min is going on. But if, for those of us who've been watching, I've been watching the sun and stuff most of my life, but through um, the LASCO C2 and all those telescopes that are aimed at the sun, by looking at that data, um, it's like, man, there's all kinds of stuff coming off when they put them plumes off and it shoves it out into our solar system. Holy crap in the bag. That's a lot of energy and a lot of debris. Our ends define us more than our beginnings. Love and blessings. Oops, absolutely. Well, the new data from Antarctica is very interesting. The magnetic field of the Earth is way down. Absolutely. But there is absolutely no doubt. And I talked about this years ago when Brian was still alive. And we showed um, one video that we did. We were sharing a screen and I was showing all the things coming off of the sun and the magnetics and so forth. And it was whacked out then. The magnetics. And magnetism is an interesting thing. And something that I mentioned years ago, and I can't remember, but somebody else kind of they brought it up and they said, we have a lot of lava magma under the earth that's constantly moving. And I was like, oh my God. Somebody spoke about it. And with that lava moving and the magma under the earth moving and the metals and things within the magma, it carries with it magnetism within the lava. And depending on which way the lava is flowing, the magnetism, they've done a study that there are certain lava flows that they go back over, and there's magnetism lined up in the lava or magma. But anyway, so it's like, so we have this fiery stuff going around the planet, right? Underneath our feet, more so in other places, but it's moving. And with that movement, then you have, irons and things that are magnetic. They've already proven it that the magma and the lava can be or are magnetic. Do I believe in aliens? Yep, absolutely. Yeah, I miss Brian too. And everyone is freaky because the 4-day, 2-day before and the 2 after our bewitching day spells are made up. And oh my God, CERN is powered up and ready to open. Yeah, CERN could open any day. Doesn't have to be an eclipse. Yep, we have a layer of the Earth that is magnetic. If the sun cycles for just a millisecond, the Earth's crust displacement. Yep, it's not the first time we spoke of Brian tonight. Bring the lava herd. It can choose to burn you or not. Come on, cut it out. The evil ones are convinced in this stuff, okay? They are absolutely convinced. Now, I, having seen some evil stuff many, many, many years ago, just manifested right in front of me. That kind of stuff does exist. Okay. That's a for one. I'm like, hey, don't say it doesn't. And because it does in other dimensions and things. And there are folks and things that can pull the veil, if you will, between some of these dimensions and frequencies and pull in these lower dimensional beings that will scare the crap out of you. You think you've seen scary movies? Yeah, evil ones. Yep. There's a good night, David. How are you? Not too bad. I'm getting by and taking my medicine. Yeah, the cycles are absolutely real. Just like the moon cycles and the sun and spring, summer, winter, fall, that there's always cycles. I remember years ago when when we were in a drought at this time of the year. It quit raining about the 15th of January and didn't give us any significant rain. I mean, like less than a half an inch per month until November of that same year. Everybody around here, down here in the South, the well went dry. It didn't rain, but I got rainwater stored, but that was almost gone. I mean, it was horrible. Everybody suffered, right? Farmers, all of us. And this year, we had 4.5 inches of rain a couple of days ago. And there's, standing water in my backyard. The creeks are up. The river was up to 14 and a half feet. Normal is like 6, 5. So in less than a day, it went from 7 feet to 14 feet. It doubled in volume in one day. And normally the water goes down about a foot a day. It went 3 days straight and didn't go down at all. It stayed the same. I have not seen that ever. It doesn't mean that it hasn't happened. I've not seen it. But what that means is there's a lot of water up north in the watershed that's still coming down. Now, I haven't checked the gauge today, but but cycles. Who knew that we were going to have seven? That the river was going to go up 7 feet almost overnight. Literally overnight. We didn't know. We got a hard rain. Yeah, so what? Magma? That's right. Yes, it does, but they didn't make the sun cycle. The sun cycle is what it is. California has a lake that disappeared. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's right. I think the top crazy thing I heard in the last few years is that the sun was a light bulb. Yep. And one of the things that I thought was BS many years ago, and then I started watching, the those satellite thingies of the sun, and that the sun is a portal. You can see things going in, and you can see stuff coming out of the sun, and you go, well, wait a minute, they would burn up or whatever, but not necessarily. Not necessarily. One of the things that is wrong with society at the moment. That's the science of the circle of the rainwater. What goes up must come down. Yeah, that's true. Um, but one of the things in watching, I've taken physics. Okay, I am not a physicist, but I have taken physics and I have studied physics and the other sciences over the years, right? So, in my observation, which science is observation, in my observations, there are things that one can't really explain. And you go, well, what's that? Well, sort of like UFOs and anti gravity and stuff like that, right? And you go, well, wait a minute. So, but I've seen spaceships, not up close. Seen one the other day out down here in the south, and I swear to God, I'm going to get a picture of it. That's the science of the. We dug canals to lower the water, and there were too many dug. A piece of the lake still exists. Yep, yep, yep. I know what you're talking about, 0101. Yep. I can't think of the name of it though, but yeah, the it was a huge lake, all up through the middle of California. It was there, absolutely. And there were other things too, that have been around. Um, oh, where was I headed with? Oh, we don't have the right formula. We don't have the right formulas, plural. Okay. Like, for example, how can a spaceship, that I have seen myself, my own two eyes, in those satellite images, that you can all go look at, right? Some in the blue and some in the red, and some in, and you can see these things moving around, right? And so when I started seeing them myself, my own two eyes, and I went, oh, holy shit, that's not a, a sun diving meteor or whatever. And God bless the guy that does the suspicious observers. He's stopped calling things like that, because he's, come out of the shell like other people have, and like, you know what? That's not a sun diving comet. That's a spaceship. You know, it's going the wrong way. You know, it should be going towards the sun and it's going away from the sun at a really fast speed. You know, in one click of the camera, it's already moved, 100,000 miles. How fast is it going? Well, it is really booking. Oh, no, but that's not real. Well, but do your own homework. Go look at what's on them satellites yourself and take a look. But these pictures don't lie because, they have blotted some things out and have omitted some things over the years, but they don't talk about the small stuff, right? Because they don't have time for it. But if you go out there and look, and one of these days I'm going to figure out again how to get my computer to work and how to share the screen, and I will show you some of this stuff. But it's out there, right? Every day it's out there. Don't have to make it up. All you got to do is go look, right? So along with that you can see the data about the magnetism. You can see our magnetic shield around the Earth fluctuating. It has been recently so our shield has gotten so weak that it's like the energy from the sun has hit like the top layer of our atmosphere, kind of thing. It's like got really close, where it's way out there. Um, Also, to mention this, I've mentioned it before, but somebody brought it up here recently within the last couple of weeks, and they were like, "Where's the ozone layer? Where is it?" What do you mean? It's up there. But what do you mean? Nah. Now, I've talked about this before. There was an event back 15 years ago ish. It's gone. You're right, 0101. And a lot of people say, no, it's still up there. Nah, it ain't. There was an event that literally blew it off of the earth. Just one day it was there, and the next day there's like this little tiny little layer up there that like 85% of the ozone layer just wiped out, wiped off. We live in the past because by the time our brain processes what we see, it's already passed by. Yep, I agree with you, Steve. Um, so, and the cards that I pulled tonight, we got to look towards the future, kind of thing. We have to, squirrel. Hush. Sometimes he drives me nuts. I'm gonna go let him out. Y'all take a deep breath, okay? All right, come on, go out with your whiny self. Come on, don't knock me over. Take your whiny self. Come on, calm down. Calm down. Whatever it is, go get him. I love my Duggar, but it's in the middle of the night. And imagine yourself trying to sleep, and then all of a sudden, woo, bing, it's rough on my heart. Okay, we create the future in the past. You got Ladybird freaking out. Okay, so, but anyway, but I want to ask I wish the scientists would back off poking Mother Nature. Me too. The planet has checks and balances. Yeah, absolutely. And she got some nasty cards up her sleeves for problem species. Yep. Years ago, and I don't know if y'all were around for this, and there might still be a video about it, but I talk about the dream that I had that was a vision. And Mother Earth showed me, the four directions. And that, you know, the people who disrespected the earth were going to be the ones that were taken. And that what was going to be left on the earth, the meek shall inherit the earth. And it was sort of like the Bible prophecy in Revelations, in that the people who are going to be left over are going to be the caretakers of the earth. And we're not going to necessarily poke and prod. Now, we might, dig post holes, and we might dig and plant seeds, but we're not going to dig for oil, kind of thing. So mostly the corporations messing with nature. Yep, absolutely. And by the way, whether or not you believe in this or not, but there are some alien folkses who are messing with the planet too, because we have resources here on this planet that a lot of people like, and a lot of other species and races like too, by the way. So we ain't alone in this universe. Gata Planet, are we going to learn how to talk to women today? Oh, I doubt it. We can talk to them, but that don't mean it's gonna do anything. Gold. That's true. It's stated in the Bible. Yeah. And I keep talking to folks because my spirit guys jumped on me, you know. I mean, literally jumped on me. And they were like, you got to stop talking this Armageddon shit, Dave. You got to stop this mess. And I was like, well, okay, but I've read Revelation several times, and in there they pointed out that when the angel comes before John, and John's all like, holy crap, it's an angel, and the angel says, get up, you are as I am, and John's like, what? And but you are as I am, okay, and it's two different verses in the Bible, right, in Revelations. So that ought to tell people, look, I'm no science, not a what? Something worker. They want our golden souls. I take things from both sides. Um, there are a lot of other minerals and thing on this planet that they want other than just gold. You know, what about the palladium? What about the lithium? What about there's a lot of stuff. Armageddon is real. Yeah, Armageddon. We're in the middle of it right now. Honest to goodness, I did videos about this years ago. We are in the middle of Armageddon, absolutely. But here's the thing: read to the end of the book, and that's what my angel folks said. Dave, you got to read to the end of the book. Well, why? Read to the end of the book. Why? Because it says that once all this stuff happens, there's going to be 1,000 years of peace. So we're going to go through a really bad storm, like hurricanes that happens frequently around here. We're going to go through a hurricane of sorts, right? Armageddon, it's the storm of storms. But then afterwards, we're going to have 1,000 years of peace. So my spirit guides and angel folks and everybody, focus on that. Quit focusing on the death and dying and the Armageddon part. Yeah, we got to go through it. But then at the time they said, see, we're already halfway there through Armageddon. because this has happened and that's happened. You know, the Catholic Church is crumbling from the inside. You know, that this has happened and that's happened. All these other different things have happened. You know, they want to kill the heifer. They want to build the mound thingy. They want to fulfill the prophecies in their game, in their chaos. They have to have the prophecies fulfilled, or they're just not going to be fucking happy. It has to happen. Now, I don't know whether it's because so we'll have 1,000 years of peace afterwards. The earth says, give me a break. Absolutely. Mother Earth is claimed to me and in my prayers and stuff that the folks that really did bad and just didn't care about her, those souls are going to be tormented to the extent that they will have to learn that they tormented Mother Earth and that Mother Earth is a living entity. They don't think Mother Earth is anything. It's you know. So, but in the next life, they're going to have to learn that lesson that guess what? Mother Earth was real. And you mistreated her. You poked her eyes and you did this, and you know, you pissed in the rivers and streams and you know. Hey Terps. Palestine for Trump, cool beans. I would like to think so. Our end defines us, not our beginning. Go out with honor. We gotta go. There are a lot of people who just don't care, you know, and that's a shame, Miss Kitty. Be a good person and then be a good person after. And if you win the early out lottery, no longer your problem. That's true. You know, if you cash your ticket in, you know, sooner than later, I personally, I'm kind of to the point where before I was like, Lord, take me out before all this shit happens. And now I'm like, wait a minute, maybe if I keep my head down, I'd kind of like to see the end of this. You know, I'm too old to actually really participate. You know, I mean, if they come to South Georgia and want to start a war and there's stuff going on, you know, I'm going to join something. But if war don't come here, I'm just going to pray for the folks who maybe get involved with it. What a shame! What a shame! And here's the thing, you know, if God forbid, right? If Biden said we're all going to go to war tomorrow, and I mean, and if I were the soldiers, I would look at each other and go, "Do you want to go to the Ukraine? Do you? No. Do you? No. Do you? No. Hey, boss, we ain't fucking going. You know, we're not going. Yeah, but y'all signed up and y'all are soldiers. We ain't going. Y'all can go, but we're not going. You know." Although it does not matter, the cycles will happen either way. You can see the end is very special. But here's the thing, 0101 and 101. This ain't the end. Hawkeye, what you say? The earth is not going to end. Armageddon isn't the end of the earth. It's not. They're still going to, you know, sorry, flat earthers, but the earth is still going to spin. There's still going to be night and day. The stars are still going to be in the sky. I'm not sure about the moon, but you know where it's going to be. But you know, Mars is still going to be there mostly. You know, Jupiter's still going to be out there, and Saturn. They're still all going to be in the solar system. The Earth is not going to blow up. It's not going to get moved into another dimension like some people have claimed. Are you on the cream team or the squirt squad? Armageddon is the end of human domination. Nah, It's the end of evil domination. It's not the end of human domination. Man, it's tricky about the domination thing. I would be careful with that word. Uh, I'm, we're supposed to be, as the Bible, we're supposed to be tenants. I'm at the end of this cycle. Yeah. The higher beings will take over rulership of the earth. No offense, Credo, but the higher beings are already in control over the earth. They're already been mucking with us like the Anunnaki and them folks. You know, that the higher bit, we don't have to wait for Armageddon for that stuff to happen. They've already done it. You know, they're already here. They've been messing with us. You know, we don't have to wait for them to come. They're already here. A good higher beings. Um, Guido, I hope so. Those are my prayers and a lot of other folks' prayers, that the good higher beings will be, and it's let's be careful with how we use the word control. They're not going to be in control. They're going to be overseers. We're supposed to be caretakers. They're supposed to be, you know, like the presidency is not supposed to be a dictatorship. You know, the presidency is, the president is supposed to be the CEO. Okay. Like in Robert's Rules of Orders. And, you know, was talking with my adopted niece and we were discussing it. Reincarnation and resurrections will manifest. I've been this is I don't know how many reincarnations this is for me. We have all been reincarnated especially for this time around. So the manifestation of reincarnation is for people to wake them back up and go, holy crap, I've been reincarnated. That's, you know, that's our everlasting life. And resurrections. I don't want nobody to resurrect. They can reincarnate, but I don't want nobody to resurrect. Sorry. Maybe they aren't as benevolent as we think. And some of them folks, well, here's the thing, Gator. You know, there are parents who, you know, think that, you know, take care of their kid and armor them up and everything. I mean, literally, you know, put hats on them and everything. It's like they overprotection. That's the word. So they overprotect. And so then there are parents who go, but you know, I don't protect my child. And there are the parents who go, yeah, but they got, you know, my kid's you got to get knocked around as a kid growing up. That doesn't mean you got to get beat up and, you know, limbs cut off, but, you know, you got to do a little rough and tumble. It's what life is, right? You got to go play in the dirt. You know, Alex, people live many lives within their life. And that's true too. I believe that too. Hey, careful, that might be Sister Barbara from the Don't Give Her a Fit. We are manipulated from the creator of all as a slave race with the creator's permission, so the tablets say. Yeah, and I don't think my creator did not intend that. Okay. The creators of the word, okay, invented it. Imagine being resurrected as a paraplegic. I'd be pissed. Yeah, reincarnation. I don't want resurrection. You know, somebody's been dead for a couple of days and you go, ooh, let's resurrect him. Nah, that spirit's gone. You know, you're going to resurrect a soulless body. Nah, we do not want resurrection. I'm sorry, but, and reincarnation is already here. The younger generation doesn't know how to play in the dirt. No, they don't. They really don't. Thoughts on the Shroud of Turin? Mostly, I want to believe it. I'm a previous Catholic, and back in when I was in grade school, at high school, and stuff, and it was discussed, and then later on, as good Catholics, we believe that the Shroud of Turin is the real deal. But it requires faith. Now, could it be a fake? Well, it would be a really old fake, you know? And they found different DNAs and stuff and whatever on the cloth and so forth. And here would be my sort of thing about that. What if the real Shroud of Turin, the real one, is actually hidden somewhere? And that the one that's being shown now is a copy. What? You know, oh my God, because they wouldn't want the real deal out there. The Catholic folks is that, nah, they're going to hide that some bitch. It's in a catacomb somewhere. And the one that might be paraded around, I believe, is copy. I believe that think on that for a minute. They wouldn't put the real one out there. They just, them Jesuits and all them folks, they too damn smart for that shit. What do you want? What are you banging on the door for? There ain't nothing in there. Middle of the night, I got to chase dogs down. Alex, is the underground, don't delete my comment. Just asking. What's underground? I may get to meet. Crap. Wait, hang on. Let me put my glasses on. It's hard to read some of this. For the most part, I agree with you. The Bhagavad Gita depicts the gods to be more like ancient astronauts from other worlds. Absolutely, Guido. And see, even in the Bible, in Revelations, I think it says it in two different places, and it depends on the version of the Bible. But that when you die, that you're going to go and sit at the right hand of God and sit with the elders. You're going to go sit with the ancients. God's up there sitting with the ancients right now. Well, wait a minute. Who the hell are the ancients? I mean, read your Bible, read Revelations, and one of the older Bibles, not the new ones, because they might not have it in it. Snark warning. You mean Underground Social? Would he tell you on a YouTube Live? If he does, no. If he doesn't, maybe. Why? What did Alex say? You may get to meet the Pope. My second cousin is getting venerated as a saint. Saint Charlene Richard. look her up. I'll ask him if he got it. Who's underground? I've read parts of the Bhagavad Gita. I've got all 3 books upstairs. And I have perused through it over the years, so there's a few tablets that speak of the creator asking the aliens what they're doing. Then the tablets are broken. They're like always. Zombies. Crap. You thought I was in a cave? Oh, I used to be a cave explorer. I'm a spelunker from way back. I have been in some holes in the ground that would scare a lot of people. It would scare most people. All right. And down in Climax, Georgia, look up Climax Caves, but there's not too many pictures. Somewhere I got a couple of, sure enough, photographs. But anyway, yeah, I'm an old spelunker from way back. Yep. I may be too old to really go spelunking now, like the kind that I'm talking about, where you got to crawl on your belly for a half a mile, kind of thing, and squeeze in and turn. And I don't know if I could do that. Uh, you know, uh, and if I would go if not necessarily easy walking, but easier. That I could crawl for 100 feet, but I couldn't crawl for for a half a mile. you know. But anyway, I thought it was after they passed on, they declare sainthood. She'd been dead for a long time. And just so you know, the Pope that's there now, he ain't the Pope, but that's another story. If you want to see a saint, come to my place in the Himalayas. Oh, you got a place in the Himalayas? I heard they shut them down because of too much garbage and stuff. That really that really ticks me off that people leave their shit up there on the mountain. You know, pack it in, pack it out. I've always been that way. Long before they come up with the term "pack it in, pack it out." You went camping. Well, I guess we learned it as a Boy Scout. You went into an area, you cleaned it up a little bit, and got on anything. She was a faith healer. That's good, Tyler. That's good. Oh, we're coming up on 20, and I got to reload. The little Cajun saint. I, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh. I did, but I didn't. Keep the fort down. I think everybody's being pretty decent this morning. Hang on a second, y'all. There we go. I had to find something to fill back up. Are you talking about me, 010101? I'm uh, I think I'm very fortunate in that I have a lot of knowledge, but I've been studying stuff for a long time. I went back to school and I got a degree in engineering and so forth. Thank you. Seems like you do too. 101, what area of the world are you in? Did you say? I'm just curious. But also in my the Northwest. Okay, okie dokie. Thank you. I'm in the Southeast, um, where it's balmy outside right now. I went to technical school, Miss Kitty. I was in my 40s. Let's see. I graduated in 89. But anyway, yeah, I used to travel. I grew up on a carnival down here in South Georgia. I mean, in the Southeast. We traveled Alabama, Georgia, and all over Florida. And there, as far as the carnival goes, there wasn't a ride I couldn't set up or tear down, you know, and I'm not bragging, it's just a fact. And, my mom and pops ran a cookhouse. My brother ran a couple of joints, I ran a joint a couple of for about a year and a half. It was somebody else's joint, but still, um, you know, the high striker where you hit the mallet and ring the bell, you know, I could do it with one hand. Yeah, there are a lot of careers. If I had to restart, God almighty. I think it's one reason why I know so much. I've had to, I was working for one company and then all of a sudden they came in one day and gave everybody walking papers and none of us had a job, and it was like, well, there you go. And then I worked for, the last place I worked for, they all basically said the same thing. Your jobs are all going to Mexico. Adios, bye bye. And they did, which really sucked. But in this grand scheme of things, oh, it is a 20. Oh, thank you. Let me get me, I gotta get me, I gotta get me one of these and put it in here. It's a cannonball, opium prime. I'm a big metal man built from steel and aluminum. Yeah, what, no platinum or chromium? I'm kidding. Just kidding. 2020. Yep, I did a lot of building in aluminum and that kind of thing. And the jobs that I was in, we had to build a lot of machines. Opium wouldn't do me any good. Lucas, how are you? Dr. Grant, that's for your hydraulic pressure. I got you. That's one thing that I did not study. We had to take a very short course in hydraulics, and that's one thing that I really wish that I knew more about is hydraulics. I know that you need a pump, and I know that you got to do with this, and I know you got, and I've worked with hydraulics, but as far um as far as knowing how many pounds of pressure, how many what's the thing, you need X amount to lift up something, and we studied it when I took physics, but I never really had to apply it to anything. It was already figured out. So I just wish that I had studied more about the mechanics of hydraulics, but anyway, cheers, everybody. Happy 20. Smoke if you got them. Oh, crap, it's clogged. Oh, no. Got to have an entrenching tool. But so in this world of stuff, somebody mentioned earlier, how can you believe anything in this world anymore? That's kind of true. They're changing the narrative now about things. Oh, Kennedy wasn't, he was shot in Dallas, but John Connolly wasn't in the car. What? Yeah, it was only a front and a back seat. There was no middle seat in the limousine. What? They're changing the narrative on so many things. And I look back and I go, that's not how it happened. Sorry, but I'm an old hippie dude, and I've lived around and watched the news, and no, there's something that happened back in the 60s, and that's how it happened. No, that's not how it happened. No, it ain't. But that's what the books are saying it is now. Thanks for the platinum and chromium idea. I only thought of steel and aluminum. Oh, yeah, chromium is very important when you're mixing metals together. Oh, and vanadium, too, by the way. Hey, Jack Z. Yep, I agree. And here's something that's important. Then no matter who we choose for the El Presidente, the vice pres is really important. And it ain't the Kamala girly. I'm just going with the theory that nothing we knew is what is, and we are just cruising through temporarily true realities, timelines on our way through. I agree with you, F Kitty, but there are also in life, I think it's every once in a while, like when you're, floating down a river and you want to go fishing, you throw out the anchor. Isn't it kind of scary the times we're living in right now? Seems like Jack Z, I mentioned earlier, I don't know if you heard it, but I don't think our end is near. I think the end of stupidity is near. Hey, Alex, it's hard to believe anyone without anything anymore because you don't know who has a story close to facts. So all we left is the trust. That I would agree. I agree with you. And like, stuff that I lived through during the 60s. There are folks that are out there that are in their 40s and 50s, and they're going, well, in the 60s it was like this, and I'm going, no, it ain't. You mofos weren't there. I was, along with my old class, of folks, and no, I'm sorry, it was not like that. Have you heard about the captured alien, the secretary? Which one? The one that was captured a long time ago and they interviewed that that one? It seems like the whole world is in conflict. And you're right, nothing to blame but stupidity. Yep. And the stupidity, 101, the one the nurse that was the interface with the alien, and they wrote all. Yeah, I even did a video. I did one half of the alien interview. Alfonso, how you doing? Do you believe in Dogman? Dogman. Do you happen to mean the Dogon Dogman? You remember the 50s, 60s, and 70s, yeah. Hey, Mossy, how you doing? Man, it's a really good group in here this morning. It is so good to see you all, I swear. You know, yeah, blessings to all y'all out there. The new Webb telescope pictures. No, I haven't. I've seen a couple, but not really. It just, what about the UFO that landed at the school and the kids saw it? Hey, watch out. Where at was that? Oh, I believe it. You know, there are folks, you know, I've seen things that there's a UFO south of me that, that last week about this time, I went outside and there's this, Jupiter's here and this really bright light is here. Now I know the difference between aircraft and so forth because there are airports around here. Tallahassee's down in the south, but you know, as stuff goes around. Um, but this light was 3 to 4 times brighter than Jupiter. So it was really bright. And it got a little brighter, and I'm looking at it and I'm going, what the dickens is that? And then it just went, like it flew away from me. It was just, and I was like, what? I didn't have time to I had the camera. I didn't have time to, turn on the video. They have a movie about it. I'm going to find the name. Wait, I missed something. Cryptoid werewolf from Michigan, sightings in Kentucky, Texas, and Louisiana. Yeah, there's a lot of swamp around here, and down in South Georgia. Down in Florida in the Panhandle. It's north of Apalachicola. You can look at it on the map. There's a place called Tate's Hell, and it's a swampy area in the Panhandle. You know, the curve of the Panhandle of Florida comes up, then it comes down a little bit where Apalachicola is, and then it kind of moves back up towards Panama City. But there at Tate's Hell and around it and other different places, that swamp is so thick. And over in I don't live too far from the Okefenokee swamp. And I have a swamp in my backyard and have been through it and up and down in some places where I've been some places I don't know if any human beings have actually ever been. And I mean that with respect to human beings, but my river in my backyard is so curvy and this and that, and then I don't know if people have actually been in some of the places that I've been in the swamp, because you just don't walk up to the river. You got to fight your way unless somebody's mowed or whatever, But so there were things that, there are some big swampy areas around down here in South Georgia, Panther Creek, and what is the other one I can't think of? Uh, Warrior Creek, and along there. I had a friend of mine who's passed, he had 1,200 acres. And you'd sit down there and at nighttime and hear some stuff, and you'd just go, what the hell was that? Hey, George, you want to go look? Nah. And the dogs are going, not me, you know. It describes the alien's homeworld. Do you remember? If it was the one where the nurse interviewed, I don't remember exactly. I don't. I've got it on the computer. Well, this ain't the same computer. Ooh. Actually, I don't know if I have it anymore because the computer I had crashed. That happened years ago. I'm not saying. Well, the Webb telescope took pics of the exact same planets as the alien described. Oh, cool. Found this live stream because there's only a few people around my age that I can have conversation with. Well, you're welcome, Alex. Too many millennials just follow what's trendy. Cool beans. You can hang out with us anytime. Yep. And I try, honestly, to keep up with current affairs and stuff, you know. Uh, yeah, look at that word plethora. A plethora of stories. Yep. Yeah, we'll talk about anything here. And, you know, with honor and respect for each other, you know, don't, debate, honest discussion, you know, that's what I'm about. And you can disagree with me. It's okay. And you might change my mind, who's to say? But at least we can have the conversation. You know, it's like the Shroud of Turin. That's just a hypothesis on my part. And knowing what I know about the Catholic Church, would they allow the real deal to be like tested? You know, what, you don't believe this? You know, here it is. And you don't believe this? Well, here it is. So when the church presents something, people assume because it's the Catholic Church, they wouldn't lie to us. Yeah, they wouldn't lie to us, right? You know, God is good, God is great. Let us thank Him for our food. By His hands we are fed. Thank you, Lord, for our daily bread. Propaganda, absolutely. I see that. How many people you blocked in seconds, Chloe? Oh, I've been live for almost 2 hours. Renisha, how you doing? Okay, F Kitty, it's always good to have you around. You know, blessings to you and stay healthy and keep your head down. Blessings all. Yeah, absolutely. And blessings right back at you. Well, I'm not wrapping up yet. I mean, maybe in 30 minutes or so, but no, I'm not ready to wrap up at the moment. So come hang out with us, still. We're all here giving our time to one another. I hope so, F Kitty. You found me a girlfriend? Oh, she's gotta go fishing and doesn't mind living in a swamp. Why did you decide to start this channel? Alex, you'd have to go back to the beginning of my videos, but I was uh, I was visited by Mother Mary when I was a child, and she gave me some instructions and said, "I'm going to come see you in the future, and when I do, I got a mission for you." And I went, "Okay." I was 11, and a few years back, um, she showed up in my house and said, "Okie dokie, here it is." And I was like, yep, here it is. And so I have been limping and stumbling and, started this channel. And I started it with the faith and she told me in a couple of messages, but she told me that there is information out there that people needed to hear the truth. And that people, I take my glasses off and say, I want you to look me in the eye and I want you to see my face. And as far as I know, as much information that I have achieved, this is the truth. Now, you can still disagree with it or whatever, but this is the truth. And if you don't believe me, you should at least consider it. Well, I don't believe that son of a bitch. He's crazier than hell. Okay, but then later on, you might go, oh man, have you heard of this before? Yeah, this crazy guy called Hawkeye. He discussed it one night in a podcast, and I didn't believe his ass. I thought he was crazy. And here we go, blah blah blah. Well, there's been a couple of things over the years that that I've sort of cited, and they have come true. So, gaming, nip that grandpa. What? I didn't get a chance to read it. What are you hiding them for, Chloe? What's up? Why did you delete them? So, but anyway, I was drug into doing this channel, kicking and screaming, and I never ask for money. I never ask anyone to share or like. It's up to y'all. You know, I'm here to have conversation about crazy stuff and to possibly stir your brain into thinking about other things than what society is trying to brainwash you with. Let him read the hate comments first and then delete them. How can I read them when they're taken away? He said, rest in peace, I think. It was RIP to Grandpa something. And I got a grandson out there that might say something about a grandpa. So be careful in that. Who's Doorman? How are you? So here's the thing. Could something happen with the crossing of the eclipse thing? Anything's possible. Do I believe that there are evil factors on this planet who try to use these types of things, these events, dates, Barry, what's that called where they, to use dates and numbers? What's it called? Well, thank you, Uzi. Did you dis sub or have you been a sub? Just curious. And Dylan? Oh, it's going okay so far. Actually, it's been quite lovely. There's been quite a few people come in here. We've had, I think, some decent conversation. I really like it. So, oh, you just did. Okay, well, thank you. Blessings to you. No, not numerology. It's what the Jews do. Um, Kabbalist, something. Um, anyway, They use numbers in their religious things and stuff. It's not just numerology, it's the Kabbalish something. I'm sorry you're sad. Oh, take care. Blessings to you there, Steve. Keep the faith, my brother. Believe, 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 and I know you do. So keep that up. Oh, I've been single so long now that um, I'm glad I don't have those breakups anymore. I've had too many of them in my lifetime. Not boyfriends, mind you, but girlfriends and wives and, significant others. Uh, also, if you have a great person, interesting mind, very knowledgeable. Oh, 101, you're old. I'm 71 and will be 72 in September. Libra, just barely. But only had one, and it broke me like a little. You only had one what? I missed it. But I have one now. Missed one what? I'm just nosy as hell. A boyfriend? Was that what we're talking about? I had a boyfriend once. Relationships, yeah. I got a relationship with Duggar. And if he wakes me up in the middle of the night like he's been doing woo, 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 scaring the piss out of me and wanting to have a heart attack, what's going on? Jump up out of the bed. And sometimes he's in the bed with me and he leaps off of the bed and it's about yay far from the bed to the window. And the next thing I know, his nose hits the glass and you hear it go dink. I have been there at many beginnings. I've been single 12 years and good with it. It's been at least that for me too. Maybe more like 15, maybe, but a while. It's 10 after, is that right? Oh, wait. It's 15 to 3, 2, something. Well, here's something that I've learned about relationships. Okay. People change their minds. What? Yep. People change their minds. Well, what do you mean, Hawkeye? Well, you can be in a relationship. I loved the women I was with. I honestly, was like, um, I wouldn't have married your dumbass if I didn't, consider spending the rest of my life with you. I want to, I always wanted somebody to sit on the back porch and watch the sun go down, that have some tea or a soda or some lemonade and smoke one, and and have somebody that you could share life with, right? It's what, especially Libras. What? My last wife passed 22 years ago. I'm sorry, she was your fourth? Wow. The X was Libra. Oh, my south node is Libra. Well, I've known some Libras that I just wanted to slap, you know, just wanted to slap. You are not living up to what I would consider, this a balanced person. Oh, hell no. And freaky-ish and but and they would use the Libra thing to back them up. And I would go, nuh-uh, talk to the hand, nuh-uh, But anyway, they typically aren't balanced. Yeah. But one thing that I do agree with but a lot of the Libras that I've been are the Libras are the reins, they're the hands, okay? And they are talented with their hands, whether it be musical or painting, drawing. They're very talented with their hands. Not all Libras, but many of them are. So I would agree with that. So that Libras are have that because it's the reins, the hands, that they are talented in that way. Gemini is the worst. You never know what game they're. Oh boy, don't you know? My son is a Gemini, and he hates my guts. Out of the picture. Like, okay, he lives 25 miles from me, maybe 20, and for years, it's not even a long distance phone call. Oh well, air signs. Don't forget. Yeah. Oh, like Aries, right? But anyway, so but in the grand scheme of stuff, right? Um, for those of you who have not been around, and I got to get my computer and stuff fix it. You're a Leo. That's not bad, in my opinion. Um, I've known several Leos. One ex girlfriend a long time ago. Boy, she was. One day it was there, and the next day it wasn't. Got locked out. And she already had another guy in the bed. I was like, what? Wow, you're quick. But anyway, um, I think my reincarnation this time around that I was just not supposed to have a wife. As much as I wanted one, as much as I wanted a companion, as much as I wanted to have that bond, it was a no-go. And I ain't dead yet, but I'm not looking. I'm not looking. If I bump into somebody and something happens, okay, but I am not looking for a relationship. Now we can chat, we can talk, we can do. My friend Ruthie down in Thomasville, I reinvigorated our friendship the other day and told her, I said, look, you've lost a bunch of people and I've lost a bunch of people, and we're just a couple of the folks still standing at our age. And by golly, I want to do something. I don't want to just sit here and waste away. And I lost the people that I used to go out, do things with. And I told Ruthie, I said, look, you want to go do something, even if it's just go right around, you want to go, And so she's like, okay, so we'll see. But to the point though, we've known each other for years. And in the conversation that I had with her, it's like, she's got a couple of sisters that are older than her. I did not know that they were older. But Margaret is a hoarder. I mean, you walk through her house, if you can get through, and there are these narrow little trails through boxes of stuff and papers and stacks of things. She literally goes out, her sister told me, she literally goes out during the daytime and just collects things out of the garbage and brings them home. Well, I bring things home from the garbage too, but it's usually like metal and, you know, old chairs and stuff like that, right? But she just brings stuff. And it's just amazing. I'm like, oh, no, my house is a little cluttered, but it ain't like that. I just did some rework in my kitchen, and it's like, holy crap, there's space in here now, you know. But you know, I pray for folks like that, and you know, would help in any way possible. You know, let me help you to sort some of this. No, don't touch that pile. Oh my God, why? Well, there's something in there I might need, and she'll be able to go down the stack about halfway, maybe three quarters, and she'll go there's something right here, and she'll there's a little piece of the heading sticking out of this pile, and she'll shift it around a little bit and tug it, and there'll be the piece of paper that she wants. And I'm like, how do you know that, right? Uh, so I go fight for him. Fight for who? Oh, the thing about Bernicia, my 10 cents about that is if you feel something in the universe, act on it. If it's nothing more than calling somebody and reconnected, like I just did with Ruthie the other day. She was a lifeguard at the YMCA for years, and she agreed to go swimming with me. She goes, I know folks down at the Y, and you know, the Silver Sneakers program, and my Medicare will pay for it and everything, so I can go down and get in the pool. And I told her, I said, she knows about my back condition, and I said, I want you to be my spotter. I want you to be my, you know, to help me out. Get in the pool with me, you know, and let's play volleyball. Let's, you know, help me out here so I can get better. You know, I need the pool, but I just doing it by myself was like, I'll do it, but I haven't. But if you'll go with me, so she's like, yeah, I'll go, and it's only a couple of blocks from her house, so you know, and the fact that it's free for us elders is like, sure, why not? So, but anyway, but to reconnect. So I thought about it, thought about it for the last year. And but then the other day I just finally acted on it. So here's the thing. If you know, if you can think about it and think about it, but act on it. You know, especially if it's like you want to reconnect with somebody in any way, shape, or form. If you just want to say hi, but maybe that hi and that person on the other end goes, you know, I was thinking about you the other day. And you go, really? And they go, yeah. And the next thing you know, you're having a conversation. And the next thing you know, one way or the other, you know, you may either hook up or not, you know. If you single, yes, mostly I was living at what? I think it's getting Alzheimer's because I forgot what, like, to, if someone did that to me, I would once know, appreciate they left, would have liked an explanation. Yeah, would have liked an explanation. Yeah, I did that to somebody one time, and it was just like one day I was there and the next day I wasn't. And it goes all the way back to high school. But it was the fact that my mother did not want me to date this girl, and she thought we were being too serious. And we were, I didn't know what I was doing, but I was trying, I was learning, you know. But and she said, you got to break up with her. And I was like, at the time, she was the love of my life. Hell no, I didn't want to break up with her. And so she made it hell on earth. And so I had to, I had to sit in a different part of the bus. We had classes together. We went to the same school, Tampa Catholic and stuff. And I had to look the other way. And what I really wanted was to go over and give her a hug. Yes, be painfully honest with you. All of us make mistakes. Some of us make bigger mistakes than others. But in the universe of things, not that we've made a mistake, but I mean, you say, well, me and this person, we didn't get along, or we got along, but somehow we drifted apart or something. And I've had a phone call a couple of months ago from a friend of mine from years ago. I mean, like 20 years ago. And I was like, hello, how are you? You know, and we did theater together here in Thomasville. And now she's down in the Fort Myers area in Florida. And it's like, wow, Carol Warren, oh my goodness gracious. And we kind of sort of had something between us, but she was married. And I was not going to be the third wheel. No, no, no. And it kind of sort of was lean in that way. And I was like, no, not for Dave. Nope. I am not going to be the guy on the side. Nah, nope. James was my friend, and I wouldn't do it to him. And as much as she, loved me, still does. Nope, sorry, I can't be the third guy. Um, we still have plenty of time. I'm gonna hit this anyway. Uh, but she did the night thing by North. But with the universe of things, life is really too damn short. If you see that, oh man, I goofed up. I really want to contact this person and just tell them something, right? Maybe that I mucked up, maybe that something something, or hey, you want to go out and have some coffee, or you want to go, hiking in the Everglades or something. How do you hike in the Everglades? In a canoe, you know. Um, but so that life is too short. You never know when creator's gonna, drop your number. Like our dear friend Brian, who had the heart condition and just went out. We love you, Brian. He sent me back here when I had my out of body experience during my back surgeries a year ago. And he's like, nah, you got to stay here, Dave. There's folks that you need to chat with, and there are folks that need to chat with you, and there are folks that just need a place to hang out, and you need to go back. And I was like, but it's really nice here, you know, and who's going to miss me when I'm gone? I'm already here. I'm already naked, and what if I didn't go back? You know, So, but the answer was, nah, you can't stay here. You got to go back, Hawkeye. You have to. You got to finish your journey. I'm going to hop off, getting up a bit early for. Well, it's great that you were here, Alex. Come back, visit. Yeah, and there's no telling when I'll do a live stream. There is no telling. Middle of the night, middle of the morning, there's no telling. I'm just crazy. Say what? I will miss the crap out of you. Yeah. And you're a little fox also. My natal chart even says me and a fire sign has some things to do. You have a great day, Alex, and thanks for hanging out with us, and come back if you want. You're welcome to. So, for the folks who are panicking about this coming eclipse, it's just another dadgum new moon, you know? Oh, it's something, something. Well, I had, back when I was in Tampa, I was hanging out with some folks who were into demonology and such. And the University of South Florida at the time, I would bet you that their library is much more extensive now, but they had books of stuff on witchcraft and sciences and stuff. I couldn't check them out because I wasn't a student, but you could go in the library at any time and read it while you're in there. So I did a lot of copying of stuff and a lot of reading because I had free time. And I lived like 6 blocks from the library. And the person that I was sharing an apartment with, they were going to school at USF and worked as an associate professor with one of the professors there. So it was like, so, and I knew the campus well, and I knew some folks in the radio station, and I knew some other people in some other areas. But anyway, that was then. The school was very young. Now they have a football team, for crying out loud. But anyway, but go in the library and read some of the books and take some of the notes and stuff on demonology and witchcraft and spells and the whole 9 yards. And then I moved up here to Georgia, and I brought some of that with me, the information, that is. And I was more interested because I figured it out. It was like, I'm going to conjure a demon. Why? What do you want with him or her or it? I don't know. I just want to see if I can do it. But if you can do it, then what are you going to do with the demon? What are you going to do with the entity? If you succeed in this, challenge, and you do bring an entity into this reality, into this 3D, into this realm, what you gonna do with it? I don't know. So that's what happened. I don't know. I don't know if but I did want to see if it would work. I wanted to see it as an experiment. I wanted to see if I said these words like they say, and if I did this and that and lit the candles and did this and that, and that would it really work? Would I could I call something out of somewhere to hear, you know, quote, to do my bidding? And what would my bidding be? what would I want it to do for me? Hey, light my cigarette, you know, and fired come out the fingertip or something. I am Beelzebub's cousin. What the fudge do you want with me? I don't know. Go back where you came from. I was sitting on the commode and you made me come up here and you don't have anything for me to do. Oh. You're going to piss off a demon or piss on him, because you're going to be so scared. You're going to go wet yourself, And so, but So there are folks. I was one of them. I still sort of am, in that I would be curious if it worked. Not that I want to call a demon, but does it work? Did the spells that I had back then and that was in those books in the library there, were they correct? They were some old books, let me tell you. And flipping through and looking at the plates and the things and stuff and the different demons, and I'd swear that there was one. Now, I didn't know much about that stuff back then. See, this was like 1971 and 72, fresh out of high school in 1970, right? And but I'm sitting in the library at the USF in Tampa, and flipping through this book, and here's this plate of this demon thingy, whatever. And I'd been with some friends, and we were, they were trying to call up, like a seance kind of deal. And there was, I kept seeing this thing, and and I was like, man, that looks like a something, And when I turned the page in this book and I saw that picture of this demon entity thing, I about wet myself, because it was what I had seen in the woods that night. Or actually it was that morning, but still dark. It was 3 a.m. kind of thing. And I had never seen a picture of that entity before. So when I turned the page and saw that demon sitting there, I was like, holy shit, you know. What did he want? I had the lesser key, but I'm not going to ever use it. What? Yeah, see, so the thing about doing the spell or whatever, curiosity, simply, didn't want to hurt anybody, um, but I think that's where science gets us of what Solomon and the Christians worship. mm, yeah, be careful with that, right? Um, Beelzebub. Dylan, sure, you had advice? Okie dokie. Drinking pink salt water. The salt started making shapes. I noticed what looked like a tree of life and a crescent moon. Your best friend passed away today. I'm so sorry, and I need some advice to cheer me. Did you see Amberheim linking? I don't know what that is. But hi, Crash. So, what kind of advice do you want? In my humble opinion, my advice is that if you've lost a dear one, there is a time for every season. Okay, there's that cliche, but it's true. So give yourself time to mourn. All right, and some people will mourn for days, weeks, months. Here's the trick. it's okay to mourn, to cry, okay? And to sniffle and kick your feet if, if the death was, an accident or something, but that, in my humble opinion, and a lot of other folks, there is a hereafter, okay? And that there is life beyond here. And we don't die, we do reincarnate at some point in the future. And so to me, without any kind of religion, okay, now I was raised a Catholic and we could go into the Bible and Jesus said and all that. Okay, you can find that in the Bible if you want. But what I try to explain to folks is give yourself a couple of days of crying or whatever, and then stop. And what I mean is you stop the crying. You don't try to stop thinking about them or whatever, but you stop crying. Why? Because go ahead and get it out, shed the tears and everything, and give yourself a decent time to mourn, a couple of days. The dadgum rats are running all over the place again. But then give yourself, give your brain, give your psyche a time. Look, by Friday, I'm going to be kicking this. I'm going to be kicking the crying thing, and you're going to change it from crying to a positive thing. Like, is it possible for nothing to exist, not even God? I exist. You just wrote something down, so apparently you exist. But I do believe in the creator of all things. But going back to the thing, so you say to yourself, all right, by Friday, I'm going to stop crying. But it doesn't mean you're going to stop thinking about them or whatever, but you're going to turn the crying into a positive thing. What did you like to do together? Or did you? If you like to play chess, then find somebody to go play chess with. If you like to go fishing, then if you can't find somebody to go fishing with, then go fishing if you can. You know, turn turn it into a positive. When my buddy Hoyt died years ago suddenly from a car accident, I still miss him to this day, and it's been 35 years ago ish. And ahoy, 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 Sandy. But what did he like to do? I'd find something, and one was he loved to smoke out of a bong, and I didn't have a bong, so I went out and purchased a bong, and I made one, and I made a bong. And what did I do? I sat down and smoked out of this bong, and I said, "This is for you, Sandy." You know, it just happened. So in a few days, I'll try to get out and do something. Hey, DeRomps. I see now that I'm going to take your word for that. But in the universe of things, and it came down years ago. I heard someone was supposedly channeling Saint Germain. Okay, and the message was, we are all human beings down here. As much as we try to be spiritually better and so forth, the bottom line is we are still human beings. And so there are certain human things that we need to continue to do. And one of them is if somebody close to us dies, we need to give ourselves time to mourn. If somebody, there are things that if somebody makes us mad, we give ourselves a time limit on how long we stay angry. Because I would stay angry for days and weeks and months and years on certain things. And that's just like, nah, so I was like, wow, all the wasted energy and time and so forth that I wasted on not giving myself time limits on stuff. And what do you mean time limits? Well, if I'm going to be mad about something, you know, you got 15 minutes. What? That's my time. You got 15 minutes. You can piss and moan and throw stuff if you want to, pound the floor, but when 15 minutes is up, then you got to calm yourself down. You just got to do it. It doesn't mean you can't talk about it or that you got to forget it. No, it means, but you're being absolutely mad, pissed off like I used to be. At 15 minutes, that's it. You can't do that no more. And so one of the things was to hold to that 15 minutes. Hey, Sean Smith. The next one, the guy woke up, he asked me, why in the hell did I yell at? Didn't speak. Full blown, tied down. Yeah, I have worked with some folks. One little girl who absolutely looked like she was possessed, scared the bugger out of me. I'm talking about scared the bugger out of me. She was strong. She could bite. I worked as a counselor at a center for the handicapped, and mentally and physically. And this one black girl who was 9, 10 years old, a holy terror. I mean, a holy terror. And when she went into one of her terror modes, there was something that clicked in her. And you could see her eyes would get real wild, and she would scream and she would say things. And it was like, get thee behind me, holy crap. Oh my God. And I have met some people like that over the years that were just, oh man, what did you say? The one guy, he stayed here for a little while because he was out on the street and there wasn't any place, and the jails didn't want him, and they kept arresting him. He's handicapped, doesn't have a wheelchair, but he's handicapped with crutches, and so they cerebral palsy, and so he's got a speech impediment as well as the physical debilitation of being able to walk correctly. His legs are askew and everything. And he's not stupid, but he does have some mental deficiencies. Um, and he and his brother and we have had some very intelligent conversations. But when he was coming off of some of his meds and stuff, and he was staying here in a tent here on the property, and I could hear him out there in the field, and he was like, God doesn't exist and Satan is here and blah, blah, blah. And I was, what? And so It was really strange. I don't know what the hell was going through his brain or what entities may have possessed him at the time. Okay. But we, prayed with him and I sat with him and, and gave him a place to stay here on the property. So he wasn't out on the street kind of thing. So, um, but I didn't know what to do when he was like talking in tongues and shit, my spirit guides were going, stay away, don't go near that some bitch, you don't know what he's gonna do. And so I knew he couldn't chase me down because he's crippled. So I was like, I can run. I might have a bad back, but I can run faster than you. Shame on me. But he would laugh at that, by the way. But Joey, yeah. But there were some things that, Joey blurted out and said and had conversation with invisible spirits and some of the stuff that was talked about, and holy crap. Now, I've had some conversations with some spirits, but there he goes again. Calm down. Calm down. He'd bust through that window one of these days. And if he does, I'm going to smack him. Hey, DeRums. Last scene I remember, big dragon snake, whatever, was swimming a kind of a river, but there was also a bar, like a swimming bar. You mean like a sandbar bar? Better run uphill. Like pink sand. I haven't experienced demons. But I'll have to check. But I did a video many years ago with orbs and stuff, and some of the pictures that I took with the orbs, there were some conversations in my head with some folks, and depending on where I was, and depending on how many orbs there were in the places that I went. I've got 3 particular places. They're on the Flint River, down on the Ocklackney in this one place, and then this other spot. So, and there are a couple of spots on the river that had a lot of, like in the middle of the river, had a lot of orb activity, just really weird, like whole clusters of orbs. And then you go 100 yards and there's like 1 or 2, strange, just strange. Like, what the hell was in the middle of that river that there would be this cluster? I mean, of hundreds of orbs of different sizes and shapes. Well, shapes meaning large, small. If it's an orb, it's round. So when I was a child, looking out the window in the middle of the night, I'd wake up and I'd have my head on my arm and looking out the window, and there'd be Pleiades sitting there in the sky. Had no idea what Pleiades was until much later. And then I get this psychic message years ago, and a psychic type person told me, and I was like, well, that's weird because I just had this dream about it. But anyway, that I'm my energy entity originated from the Pleiades, but Pleiades ain't like one spot. It's a cluster of stars. So, but that I'm from that area of the sky. Okay. There in the Pleiades cluster, There are good Palladians and there are bad Palladians. They are not all good, nice, friendly people. Ooh, look at this. And nah, there's some that control. Somebody talked about control. Hey, Duromsk, that control. And so everybody says, well, you know, we need gun laws. Do we? Well, if people wouldn't kill each other with guns, we wouldn't need gun laws. Okay. That's what, in the wild, wild west, hey, when you come to town, put your gun up. When you leave, you can have it back. Okay. You know, uh, Wyatt Earp and them folks. So, but that they took your right away to possess a firearm that's stated in the Constitution, right? That we have the right to, bear arms. You know, we could put clothes on them, but to bear them with, But anyway, um, but to the people who don't like weapons at all, guns, so forth, they don't see why the guns are necessary at all. Period. For any reason, for whatever. Well, when you live out in the country, like I do, there are things like rabid animals. Haven't seen one in a while, and that's good. But there are things like huge moccasins that will bite your ass. Me and my neighbor talked about it the other day, and we haven't seen a rattlesnake in a long, long time, which is strange because they used to be like all over the place. We farmers and so forth just about eliminated the rattlesnake down here in South Georgia, which is a shame because they're predators and so forth. But it's also good because there are folks that ain't getting bit by rattlesnakes. Um, but the other snake population seems to be alive and well. So you say all snakes aren't bad. No, all snakes aren't bad. We were talking about king snake the other day and black snake. The king snake is the king of all snakes. They will eat a rattlesnake. They will eat a moccasin. You know, they will protect you. I've had a king snake in my house that was at least 6 feet long. I've had other snakes in the house over the years, and I feel protected in that area. For what I don't think a bad snake's going to come in and get me. Is my point. Because the good snakes are hanging around. You have snakes. Oh, the serpent. You've got demons. Oh, shut up. you know, no, my God sent these snakes. I don't handle them or do or whatever, but they do keep the mice out. They have eaten all the rats. Thank you. So, and thanks to the snakes for that. Now, they ate a few of my chickens and they ate a few others. That wasn't cool. But so nature can take care of itself if we work with Mother Nature, if we work with Mother Earth and nature. That's a lot of things can get done without too much trouble. Like, for example, if you want to raise chickens, I raised chickens for 30 years and I haven't had any in the last few years. And I want to go back to that. And, but I got to get to the chicken pen to clear it out, right? So, but I got a friend that's going to give me a couple of chickens for a starter. You know, I got to go get some feed and get the feed thingy out there ready and get water back in there and so forth. And put some stuff in the layers box thingy for the chickens. Um, These were lit up orbs, not dust flecks. Oh, the orbs, pictures that I got of orbs, they're not dust flecks. They're not dust flecks. Oh, my birds have eggs. Or maybe grandma. But so anyway, so control of things. So people say, well, that, the elders will be in control of the planet. In what way? Well, God's in control. All right. But at the moment, he doesn't seem to be doing a very good job because of war and famine and all this. So, in my humble opinion, and I've said this before, the God of the Bible ain't my God, period. Because the God of the Bible, is a mean sadistic sumbitch, in my humble opinion. Does he exist? Probably, at some point, in some way, in some fashion, because there are so many people who believe in that God. But, my God would not do that, period. No, 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 no. Bring blight upon the people? No. Now, people say, well, wait a minute. A blight came to the people and it was God's fault. Hang on. Or was it just nature doing its thing? Well, Hawkeye, what do you mean? Well, what I mean is that, we had a drought. Well, several years ago, we had a drought. This year, we're on the plus side. So not every year is a flood. Not every year is a drought. So, but when it is drought, is it because God did it? If we have too much water and it's a flood, is it God's fault? Or is it just nature? Is it just the nature of things and cycles? Period. Did God have anything to do with it? Or is it because the weather patterns have just changed slightly? There's a cold front up north, there's a bunch of warm air down in the south, and when two get together, man, it'll rain, it'll thunder, and it's springtime. We have those kinds of storms this time of year. Every year we have these kinds of storms. Around the 1st of April, guess what? We're going to have a little bit of a cold front this week, the end of the week. It might get to 39 in April. Ooh, we've already planted stuff and the buds are on the trees and we've got fruit. Yep. And 39 won't hurt nothing, but it is in the 30s in April. And people go, no, that's not true. And I have told people over the last 30 some odd years that every single year in April, we have a cold snap. And people go, oh my God, it got to 39. Yep, every year. Now, it might be the first week, it might be the second week. It rarely comes in the third week. But every April, we will have a cold snap, period. Go back and check. People say, well, we're done. No, we ain't. What do you mean? We're going to have another cold snap. Oh, no, we're not. Yes, we are. Dave was right again. Somebody says, you said there was going to be a cold snap in April. Yep, here it is. Some bitch. Do you always think you have to be right? No. But I've lived here for the last 40 some odd years, and every April we have a cold snap. It's not usually a killing cold snap, but it will touch into the upper 30s every single time. Here we are again. I'm not some super duper, psychic that's foretelling the weather. No, I've just been observing it That's science, ain't it? You know. So, but anyway, did I miss a 20? I don't know. Well, listen, it's been 2 hours and 55 minutes, almost 3 hours. It has been great hanging out with y'all. Deborah's sitting here looking at me like something's up. I don't know what it is. He doesn't normally do this, so something's up. Um, but also, I did 2.5 hours with Robert and 3 hours now here. So that's almost 6 hours of being, in this. And I am, what? You're so late. Her connection is through the roof. Well, thank you, 01, 01, and 101. I like having conversation to, bringing up topics. Somebody brought up CERN. And I wanted to make this statement. Here I go again, off on a tangent before I get out of here. It'll be another half hour now. I think my discussion, and I brought it up sort of on purpose, my discussion of, going to the library and reading and studying about, spells and conjuring, stuff like that, right? Because of curiosity. So, what are these dickheads doing at CERN? It's their curiosity. I wonder what would happen if we did this. I wonder what would happen if we did this. Now, there's one, if it's a good thing, I don't know. But listening to some folks around the CERN thing and some scientists, here's one thing. They're getting good at aligning the streams so that they were spending a lot of time on trying to align the magnets so that, the particles that they're trying to collide, minuscule as they are, they would line up the beam so that they would hit, strike, and do, right? Oh, fresh brewed coffee. Oh, hush. I've got coffee. It's it's a couple hours old, but it's still kind of fresh. But anyway, where the devil is to be chained. Oh yeah, that tunnel that goes through the mountain over there, and all that dancing and weird shit they did when they opened up that mountain. Opened up the tunnel through that mountain. Oh, that was some creepy shit. That was some creepy shit. I watched it, and I'm here to tell you, I was like, "Oh, get thee behind me, Satan!" That was some creepy shit. But there are legends of things that live in the mountains. There's stuff up in the Appalachians, for example. There. Oh, when those boys got stuck in the tunnel out in Thailand, I think, right? But they were talking about the gods that live in the mountains there, and the temples that they have, and that you don't mess with the gods in the mountains. And I don't know which island it is in Hawaii, but that people, they warn you, don't take rocks off of this mountain. Don't don't do it. Somebody want a souvenir and they take this, little rock home with them, and before you know it, they're like bringing this rock back. CERN is crazy worshipers. And they got Shiva out there. And I'm a little torn about, that they're worshiping Shiva. So Shiva is the destroyer, but also the creator. What you talking about, Willis? The destroyer and the creator? Well, if you're going to plant corn, people go through a field with a plow and they destroy the weeds and plant the corn. Well, but wait a minute, hold on, back that bus up. They go through the field. Yeah. At the end of the season, they burn the fields. They destroy stuff that's there. And then in the springtime, they plow and plant. Well, they plow under the weeds that have come up in the spring, and they plant some kind of herbicide or something. But besides that, so and then they plant the seeds for this season. But basically, they destroyed to create. Back in the day when they didn't have paper, they used to write on all kinds of stuff. And one of the things that they wrote on were like goat skins and things. They wrote on skins. So if somebody was going to write a poem, or if somebody was going to, draw a picture, they had to go out and kill a goat. Now, of course, they, needed to eat the goat because they were hungry, but, but they didn't just throw the hide away. No, they kept it. Why? Because they needed paper. And they needed the skin for other things too, but some of the time they needed to make a shawl, and sometimes they needed to make a pair of moccasins or pants, and sometimes they needed to make some paper to write on or to draw a picture, So destruction of something to make something. What? Sure. Yeah, when they made paper out of reeds and bamboo and stuff, you had to take them and tear it up and turn it into this mushy stuff, and then that's how you made the paper. But you had to tear it up. That's basically what they do now. You go to the paper goes to the mill and it turns into pulp, and then it gets processed and it gets turned into paper. So after all these years, they're still basically doing it the same old way. It's just machines are doing it now in the process. So something has to be destroyed. You got to turn this stuff into a mushy paste to turn it into paper. Ain't that destruction? To create something? They destroy mountains to get iron ore so that we can create buildings and cars and and all kinds of other things. So isn't that destruction? So if Shiva is destruction and a bringer of life kind of thingy, I was thinking earlier, a couple of years ago when I first saw it, and then since then I've like just stopped and just had these little like, wait a minute. In order to create a lot of stuff, you got to first plow it under, or you got to there's some kind of destruction. You want to build a house, you got to saw down a bunch of trees for the wood. You got to kill something, right? Well, you can make it out of cement and Mother Earth kind of stuff, and that is true. Okay, and make something with adobe. Okay, that is true. You don't have to tear down trees, but when you get to the roof, you got to tear down some trees. You need beams. You need rafters. You need to be able to build this stuff out of wood. To hold up the roof and so forth, so that you can, you know, Are you scared of something, Duggar? He is sitting right next to me, just like, and he's a little, what are you nervous about? Hey, are you okay? Hey, bub, are you okay? What's wrong? What's wrong? Something wrong with you? Huh? What's wrong with you? You all right? But so then I got to thinking, so here they are with Shiva out front of CERN, destruction and the creator. And it's like, what? So they have to, so in CERN, they're whirling these particles around and they're going to crash them together. And guess what they're going to do? They're going to destroy them. They're going to bang these little particles together. And when you bang them hard enough, guess what to do? You're gonna muck them up, right? You're gonna destroy them. So, but when you destroy these particles, and what they don't know is what could be created. Eclipse is just that, an eclipse. Yep. Too many satanic rituals at CERN for there not to be a reason. Well, years ago, when they said that one of their goals was to open up into another dimension, and a lot of us said then, don't be mucking with that. Do not mess with that. But to the point of colliding particles to see if you could create another one or something, it's like, okay, I could kind of see, that they had an experiment I read just the other day, like they were trying to, I'm not sure, they were like trying to throw a lead atom at something else, and just to see, what would happen. Okay, all right. Curiosity, can we get this particle of something to go around? Number one. And number two, can we align it with something else and actually collide them? With this, what is it, 17 miles, something around, humongous thingy, right? So you got these little particles whirling around in this great big giant machine. And, from from an outsider, I got to go, what? You're crashing tiny little particles together with this big giant machine? Now, the amount of electricity and the amount of magnetism and so forth that puppy creates, there was a couple of years ago, there was they had to shut the place down, right? They just kind of had to send everybody home. From what some folks said, is that they crashed into something. What do you mean they crashed into something? It's under the ground. Yeah, they crashed into something. They turned on CERN and it went around and around and they crashed into something. Dimensionally speaking, they crashed into something. And not quite sure. The reports weren't necessarily that it was the devil, but there were critters, entities. I like that better. There were entities that got crashed into that have sort of poked their head in over here. Hey, Wire, what's up? But so I have thought for a while, because of magnetism and stuff, right, that CERN has been causing more effect with our magnetosphere and other things like, for example, I was talking 2 hours ago about magma underneath, underneath our feet, traveling between the volcanoes. And so in that magma is, guess what? Iron and different metals that are molten. So if CERN is a big giant magnet, which it is, then it could possibly collect stuff under it, you know, positive charge, negative charge, depending on what's going on. And so it could, in my humble opinion, it could absolutely effect and affect the flow of magma in the planet. Why not? Because it's huge, the amount of magnetism, right? So what's it doing? How is it interfering? Don't know. Is it interfering? I would I would bet 50-50 because it's so strong that it does have some effect. Now I wouldn't bet on what that percentage of effect would be, but it's so freaking huge. It's got to be messing with something. Something that big and that powerful. In engineering, when you do something big and blah blah blah, it always, because of its sheer size of whatever it is, whatever machine, you got problems with it simply because it's so freaking big, right? And so here's CERN, it's so freaking big, right? And they've had problems with it. They've had, little blowouts here and there and all around, and parts of the magnet. And they had to shut sections of it down, and okay, the bigger it is, the harder it falls, right? So, but in that, so the bigger the machine, the harder it is to even fix it, right? So, but with CERN going on and all of these other stuffs, right? I think it's very possible that CERN has affected our magnetosphere. It has messed with the electromagnetics of the Earth somehow. So, like down right now, there's the out in the South Atlantic, off the coast of Argentina, is where last I heard was where the the South Pole electrical, the magnetic South is not actually in Antarctica. It's actually in the South Atlantic. If that ain't it, there is a giant magnetic anomaly in the South Atlantic. So why is it there? Why is it churning? Why, you know, well, if CERN up here is mucking with stuff in the northern hemisphere, but couldn't it mess with something in the southern hemisphere, like pull the magnetic south away from the south towards the north? I mean, why not? You know, because it's huge. And you say, well, no, I don't think anything like that could happen. Really? We don't really know what these crazy folks are doing. And oh, it's just a giant magnet. Yeah. Yeah. Sure enough. Yeah, it's a giant magnet. And pull your tonsils out, if you get too close to it, kind of thing. Three times the size of one they have now in Switzerland. Aren't they supposed to build one in Texas? Is that what I haven't? Yeah, there are hundreds of colliders all over. That's true, and they have linear colliders. I mean, they look like the shape of an L, And I think it is that they're shooting a beam this way, and they're shooting a beam this way, and then they want to hit it sideways or crash into it. But yeah, I was surprised about the linear one. I was like, what? There's one down around Louisiana. I understand. Oh, and have I told you about the 30,000 monkeys in South Georgia? From what I understand, they're still going to go through with it. There was a company that bought some property up in South Georgia, south of here. Hi, Adrienne. They say it's already. I've looked into. They ran. They ran out of money. They stopped construction of what? The circle. Yeah, Barry, I'm going to go to bed too. Yep. Thank you, buddy, for hanging out. It's been fun. You know, we do it once or twice a week. Hey, Power Up, how you doing? Yep, they're opening portals. But here's the thing. They don't need CERN to open portals. Okay? Just saying. They don't need CERN to open portals. Especially since, you know, years ago they found that artifact in the Antarctic that is basically a Stargate. Where you buy a hat like this? I don't know. They sell them in the stores around here. It's got this has got netting up here so it breathes. It's not solid, and so there are a lot of hats that, you know, when it's really hot in the swamps and stuff, you want a hat that breathes. So you just keep an eye out for it. But this was my that they I was Arkansas Jones. They nicknamed me Arkansas Jones with my hat here. I I think I read the Epic of Gilgamesh. I got smacked in the head several years back, and I have forgotten stuff. And it's like, yeah, I think so. Gilgamesh, you know, but yeah, I need there are things that I need to reread. Oh man, it has been in the mountains, it has been in valleys, it has been on all kinds of adventures, and I mean in woolly booger places, you know, down the Buffalo River, you know, on an overnight stay kind of thing. Sanskrit, yep. It's like, you know, at one time when uh, I've read several times, and I'm really curious as to whether or not I may actually have it. But you know, the interview with an alien, like we were talking about a couple of hours ago, and I used to have it in a PDF form, and I'm like, yeah, I got it. Oh wait, that was 2 computers ago, though. I've had 2 computers lock up on me and fry, and they were on the hard drives. I actually don't know if I have that, that PDF file any longer. So it's like Gilgamesh may have been real. Yeah, yeah. Here, for those of you who are new here, I'm, on another channel, Milky Way Soul Tribe. Every Tuesday, we read legends and stories of Native American tribes. And there are many things that people call legends that I believe, that were actually true. My friend Kashka LaRue, who was a legend keeper from the Tlingit in Alaska. And those legends were legends. They weren't stories, they were legends. And the legends to them were, their history. And so for many folks, that's just a legend. Yeah, but to indigenous peoples, those legends are the history, Well, there might be a little truth to it. Duh. A legend to them is their truth. Oh, the legend of this. Yeah, it's a legend. Yeah, but now if they say it's the story of Gilgamesh, well, then that's the story. That takes it. But if it's the legend of, and this is how indigenous peoples feel now, okay? So the legend of something means that it's true, or at least it is based on fact, okay? At least based on fact. So, so these folks who think they know what they're talking about all the time, and it's like maybe they don't. And I think that science and the Smithsonian and folks have been hiding the truth about a lot of stuff for a bunch of years. There were some folks that wanted to started. There are several caves around down here where I live. And there were people who wanted to open them up and allow people to at least go in part way and see some of the things. And that because of the several around in this area, it was sort of like, hey, you could come and see one, and you could drive 5 minutes down the road and go to another one, and you could drive 10 miles on down the road a little ways, because they're sort of in a line right under the ground. And so, and they were like, the state shot them down, said, no, you can't do anything like that. And people, they got pissed off. And I was on their side. And I was like, wait a minute. They were going to regulate this thing, but they wanted people to be able to see what it was like underground, right? Open up the caverns. Nope. And it got shot down. And I was like, wow. And there's a place like 6 miles from here, 8 miles, that is supposed to be, one of the finest places, especially around here, that's got crystals and all kinds of stuff. I've been in the Climax Cave, and there's a whole waterfall of crystals coming down, that hangs down like this with fingers. And it's just all just one great big giant crystal, basically. And, that's cool. So, but, you got to crawl on your belly like a reptile to get there. So not everything is accessible, but if you could get something that was close to the surface, like this one particular cave, then why not open it up and put some stairs in it? And so that people could see what Mother Earth has made under the ground and in the ground and of the ground kind of thing, and that these things grow, and that, but so, yeah, control, absolutely, 101. So, in talking about control, so we've got this is supposition, okay? So we've got these good aliens that show up. They're Captain Kirk and shit, right? And they show up and they're talking about this stuff. And then somebody comes along and, like the Klingons. And the Klingons, they go, well, this is not how we do stuff. And the Kirk folks said, well, wait a minute now. You can't be, killing each other out here in the thing. But we got rules about that. And the Klingons go, meant to your rules, And so hey, nobody punched me in no face, man. This is old age. um But so the Klingons move into the neighborhood, and the Klingons want to do whatever they want to, and the Federation says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, calm down here. We got rules." And the Klingons say, "Well, wait a minute. Your rules are trying to control us." Yep. Yeah, but the rules are for everybody. We don't want you out there fighting with your battle axe thingy back, but I forget the name of it. And we don't, no. You can go in the gym and do it, but no, we got rules. When the Klingons go, well, that's, stuff your rules. Now you got a war on your hands, right? Why? Well, it's just a rule. Yeah, but it's to control something. But the good aliens, they're really, they got our best interest in this. Our best interest, but not the Klingons, right? So not everybody is gonna like, well, okay, I can live with that. No, I don't want no blood out here on the statues and stuff. That's right, Alan. The rules aren't for everybody. Been there, done that with the elite folks. So, but to the point, so benevolent aliens show up and they really have our best intent, our best intentions, with them, right? They really do want to help the planet. But that's from their point of view. What? Exactly. It's from their point of view. Well, we live out here in the galaxy, and this is how we do it. Okay. Now we'll give a slight example. There's a town, west of here, Valdosta, Georgia. And, it used to be run by Southerners. And then a bunch of carpetbaggers moved down from up and around New York City and places like that, and moved down from the north. And within a couple of years, we've got a mayor and all these city council members that aren't from the South. So the Southerners are used to doing stuff in a Southern kind of way. And here's these Northerners come down here and try to tell these Southerners how to do it the Northern way. And the Southerners like, fudge you. Get out of here with your Northern bullshit. Nuh-uh. And so some of these people were like, what's wrong? We want to do this for the benefit of the community. When the community is when the real community of true Southerners are like, oh, hell no. Who passed that rule? Fudge that, no, 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 you know. And so, but the northern folks are going, but we did it, you know, to be. No, you didn't. You don't know what it's like to live down here in the South. You don't know what it's like to be a Southerner. You don't know. You don't like grits. I don't like grits either, but that's, you know. But so if the benevolent alien showed up, I would have to ask the question, what are your rules that you think we could, you know, live by without, you know, us feeling oppressed in any way? Well, you need to do it like this. Okay. Everybody's gonna have to give up their weapons. That's not gonna go over. I got 2 air rifles. Ain't gonna give them up. Sorry, Charlie. Ain't gonna give them up. They're air rifles, but they're potent air rifles. But no, if I like to go plunking cans, plunking this, set something up on the fence post, and, you know, plunking. Oh, we got some. Wow, the wind is really kicking up. So with this, you know, who's going to be in control? Well, what do you mean by control? Well, if you're making rules that is for the good of the populace, what populace? You know, the folks in Atlanta might go along with this, but the folks in Tampa might not. You know, the folks in Seattle might tell you to go to hell, and or the folks in Portland, you know, they get nah, and you go, but wait a minute, but we all agree. You know, we think this is a, you know, no. So what's good in one community, control or rules, however you want to put it, may not work in another community. It may not be suitable. So those benevolent aliens, with all of their good intentions, may fail because different communities, I hate to use this word, but they, and then I forgot the word. They need, you know, this collective, their community, their energy, their, you know, whatever that society. You know, Tampa, you know, has got people from Tampa. You go to Atlanta and their folks there, it's Atlanta. You go to Dallas, it's people from Dallas. They're people, but the different communities, right? Same. Folks live in houses and apartments, but the environment is different. So, but we can have similar rules, but the people in Dallas might not like the rules that are going on in Atlanta, you know, and vice versa. But because of the community and so forth, and the community mores. All right. So, so the aliens, you know, come in here with the best of intentions and could screw it up royally. You know, how do we get around this mess? Well, you'd have to go into the community and say, listen, for your community, these are the things we'd like to achieve. Fewer fights, killings, and so forth. Violence. All right. We want to work on violence. Now, taking away a gun is not going to cure violence. It's not. What's going to cure violence is people to get together and learn how to communicate again, right? And there are just some evil motherfuckers that are on this planet that just don't need to be running around loose. That's another thing. Some of these folks they're just plumb evil, and they need to be. The humane thing would be to just take them out. Social contract, Hobbes, we forego our freedom under the assumption we are given more under the guise of a collective cooperation. The good of the many, right? That's right, Alan. So, and you prove my point. And, whatever the benevolent beings are, they swear it's going to be good for you, and then it ain't. So, but, the road to hell is paved with good intentions, right? Take out electricity. We have to relearn community living. Absolutely. Absolutely. Which is interesting because on the computer with Google and stuff, you start groups so that you can gather. They won't get together in real life, but they'll join a group and they'll gather together on the computer, and they'll socially connect. Now, good, but they won't go out in public and do it. Isn't that strange? So there are a lot of we as a populace have a crap load of idiosyncrasies. We got a bunch of twerky little crap, that just. I was in the store the other day and there's 3 or 4 black folks over there talking. And they're having this conversation. And I'm not trying to listen into the conversation, but it's a little hard to not overhear it because of the volume. And the one saying something about, oh, them honkies, none of them honkies, we deserve. Oh, yeah, it really is a 420. Thank you, Chloe. And I still got some left. So here are these, I think it was 3 black guys. It might have been 4, but anyway, standing there just talking amongst themselves, right? And they're kind of watching folks go by, and and the one saying, yeah, and goddamn honkies and motherfuckers this and blah blah blah, and it's just like, wait a minute, hang on here, this is 2024, and you're still calling white people honkies. Just saying, but and that somehow we honkies owe them something, and it's like, I'm sorry, I don't know what I'm supposed to owe you, Ding dong. Who's making love to your old lady while you're out making love? I can't remember who sang that. But anyway, so years ago, I worked for this millionaire. I mean, he was a millionaire, no doubt. We're having conversation. He's drinking scotch, and I preferred my bourbon. And we're having conversation. And this is like 1983, 1983. Having this conversation with this gentleman. And he's a Republican, staunch Republican. And at the time, I was a Democrat. And he goes like, well, we're going to have to change that shit. You're going to be a Republican before you know it. Okay. So he's talking about how this millionaires club that he belongs to, because he's a millionaire, and how they plan things out. 1983, okay, and how these rich gentlemen get together X amount of times a year and map out the business economy thing for he was in North Carolina, but that also from the state level and the different businesses and so forth within the state of North Carolina, then what North Carolina had to offer to the group as a nation as a whole. And how these men, these different companies, large and small, it didn't have to be huge corporations, but, manufacturing corporations and so forth, and, lumber yards and steel mills, but, folks that made gadgets, and things, right? So manufacturing jobs. And so that they would get together and then plan. So, Mississippi needs so many things from North Carolina. So North Carolina's got an overabundance of this, and they're looking to sell, W's. All right. So Mississippi don't have enough W's. They got plenty of S's, but they don't have any W's. So they contract with North Carolina to pick up, through these business transactions, we're going to buy your W's. Any extra W's you might have, we're going to buy them. Now, Iowa might need a couple of W's. But since Mississippi is closer than North Carolina, Iowa decides to buy a few of these W's from Mississippi once Mississippi gets them. So Iowa talks to Mississippi and says, hey, you need 6 of them. We need 3. So buy 9 of them puppies, right? And we'll buy 3 of them from you. Okay. So now this is all planned out. These folks have these discussions and now they're legit. Okay. But while they're moving these chess pieces around, who's got what and who needs what, vested interests. What stuff is true? Oh, that they get together and do this? Oh, absolutely. But in 1983, the point is, I knew about this stuff. I knew about it in 1983. I knew about how things were shipped and moved and things and stuff, right? Where other folks still don't have a clue as to how some of it works. And I mean, I don't know the intricacies, but I understand the probably more than average, the better than basics on how goods and things are moved. But anyway, and who's going to be doing the truck driving and who's going to be doing this and Who's going to be providing, if you're up around New York City, you got the Teamsters Union and you got all these other places and they all get money. Why? Well, because they're there. But if you need your truck unloaded and you don't pay the Teamsters, you ain't going to get your truck unloaded unless you're going to unload it yourself. So you pay the toll, you pay the Teamsters, you pay the tax, and everybody's happy. But is that control? Who's controlling what? The control is on all kinds of different levels. There's the state and government, the big government stuff. And then you get into the nitty gritty. Then you get into the neighborhood. And then you get into, like in Mexico, you can drive along the road and everything's fine. And then, you get stopped by the policiaca, the policia. And you go, what the hell's going on? And they go, ay, mucho dinero, you have a tag light out, senor, mucho dinero. And, hey, will $20 do it? Ah, si, senor. Have a nice day, and you drive on. And, it's like, but it's crooked. Yep. But you're in their neighborhood. Huh? So depending on the neighborhood, and you can have all the laws in the world, but when you get to a neighborhood, and if the neighborhood says, nah, then that's that, So there are some people who are like, they have moved into a neighborhood and they knew that this neighborhood had a neighborhood society thing going on. Okay. All of the grass is cut the same way. All of the houses are painted a particular way. All of the stuff, so it's all homogenized, right? So in comes the, clan of the cave bear. And you go, what the hell? And they like natural things, like the grass in the backyard, to just kind of go natural and grow up and see what happens. In the front yard, they don't edge along the driveway, They mow the grass about every 3 weeks. Everybody else mows about once a week. They don't edge the driveway except maybe once a year, where everybody else does it all the time. And so now they're the folks who control the look of the lawns in this community, right? So they come up and knock on the door and they go, Mr. Pavarotti, you're going to, your yard needs cutting. And Mr. Pavarotti says, I don't think my yard it looks just fine to me. And the people there, Mr. Pavarotti, we of the social group here, we say that your grass is too long and that you did not edge your driveway in the last 3 or 4 weeks. Your next door neighbor across the street been watching you. We have pictures, Mr. Pavarotti, that you have been neglecting your duties as a citizen within our community guidelines. And Mr. Pavarotti says, go F yourself, and closes the door. Now, the people in the community, many of whom have lived there since the community started 10, 15 years, the guidelines were brought up with the community. The community voted on the guidelines. Now, Mr. Pavarotti wasn't in the neighborhood at the time. So he purchases the house after the fact and moves into a community that has these community guidelines. Now, is Mr. Pavarotti in the wrong? By telling him to go F off? And by telling him, screw you, I can have my yard the way I want to? Or is the community guidelines the ones that are correct in this instance? And I'd say about 50-50. And why is that? A person moves into a neighborhood where there are neighborhood things that have been there forever. This person has never lived in the city and moves into the neighborhood, right? So now this person, whether they like it or not, got to conform to what the neighborhood is. There are people there. They might have neighborhood streets. We had a guy an old black man that rode around with that sold deviled crabs, and somebody that just moved in. And folks said, well, you buy deviled crabs from that old black man? Oh yeah, and they good too. And he comes by once a day. And then so that this happened in our neighborhood, so I know. So these people was like, they use the N word. I wouldn't buy nothing from that old Negro man. And, and us kids are out there buying up, these deviled crabs and everything, and loving them, and how you doing? I can't remember his name, but we all just used to, and we'd treat him nice, he was a black man, but so we were white people. So we didn't see the color. We didn't understand the Negro stuff and the angst and the hatred and stuff. We were kids, right? Now we didn't have any black folks in our neighborhood, but there just wasn't any. They lived someplace else. Later on, they moved in towards in the neighborhood. I understand, but at the time, it was just old, mostly old white folks have been in this general area, Tampa, for quite a while. So, but as the old folks died and newer folks moved in, there's still this tempo of the neighborhood. So they move in, you introduce stuff all you want to, but you're going to be outvoted most of the time because you the new kid on the block, as they say. Hey, sleazy, those things only exist to strike some poor sap's ego. They didn't get enough respect or something growing up and need to flex it now. But to the point though, the community guidelines, they're correct. Why? Because they all voted on it. And so Mr. Pavarotti says, well, I didn't vote on it. Yeah, but you are at fault. Why? Because you moved into the neighborhood who had preset rules and guidelines. You may not like it one single bit, but you bought a house in a neighborhood that already had pre-existing standards, and you don't agree with them. Tough. Get out your lawnmower and get out your edger. Tough. Oh, you being mean. Now, look, I took the other position a couple of years ago. But in studying some laws and things and so forth, and actually looking at what the situation is. So, when people move onto your property or people do this or they're going to rent or whatever, and I took care of 150 rental properties for several years in Thomasville, Georgia. And, and some of this stuff was like, wait a minute. So is the renter correct? Well, the renter has rights, but so does the property owner. Property owner has got rights. And you don't pay the rent, he's got the right to throw you out. But he can't throw you out right away. He's got to go through a process to throw you out. He has to serve an eviction notice. And he can't just throw you out. So it's like, well, wait a minute now. But so the renter has a lot of ins and outs for some stuff. Meaning if they don't pay the rent on time and it goes 30 days past due, they can't get thrown out. They can get an eviction notice, but they can't just get thrown right out. So you could be a month behind forever and they can't throw you out, usually. So, and in some instances, 2 or 3 months. Okay. And, but you can tear up the house, or you could do with this or something. So it's like, well, wait a minute now. But they're just renting the house. That's right. And the homeowner, the property owner, they have rights so that the house doesn't get tore up. And that, because somebody else wants to move in at some point, they have to fix it up. They have to pay for it. They got to pay for the damages and the construction. I was the guy that did the fix up and stuff on the rentals. So I know about this stuff. And, you want to keep it at a minimum. If somebody tears up a room or kicks in the, they had kids that wrote on the walls with crayons and stuff. And, and you got to deal with that kind of thing. So what do you do? So how ugly do you get with renters is sort of where I'm headed with this. So the renter says, well, I have rights. We have a right to privacy. You can't just walk in here anytime. But at the same time, the renter wants to look in the windows and go, are your kids mucking it up? Are your kids drawing on the walls with crayons? Are you going to get up and leave one day and leave the house with kids, with crayon all over the place, which has happened. And crayon is a pain in the butt to cover up, but or to get off. So the renter says, well, I've got my rights. And the property owner says, but I've got my rights. Your kid destroyed my property. I've got to buy, special paint. The room has to be repainted. I got to pay somebody or do it, it's costing me. And you're not paying for it because you done moved out. But who's right? Is it the renter? Is it the landowner? Who's the mean guy here, right? He scares the shit out of me when he does that. God almighty, would you shut up? It's the middle of the night. But anyway, so with that said, so we have to take a look at, whose position is what, right? Well, wait a minute. There are two sides to things, maybe not everything. And sometimes there's three sides if there's other people involved, or instances, but to the point though, of this. So who's ruling and who's in charge and who makes the, well, we try to make this fair for everybody. Well, so if 55% agree with it, then 45% are going to get shafted. But the needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. So 55 is more than 45. And so anybody in the 45 category just got to live with it. Just tough it out. So, old Mr. Petrov, who's moved into the neighborhood, in my humble opinion, needs to step up his game and conform to the rules in the community that he just moved, or go move into another community. That's all. You don't like the rules that they set forth in this neighborhood, and everybody in the neighborhood agrees with it, then, dude, you're going to have to conform or get out. I'm sorry. And I'm the old hippie, you know. I'm the one who's like, well, man, can we all get it? Yeah, we should all get along. But if folks have voted and um, democratically in these little unions and communities, as stupid as these guidelines may be, if they voted on them and the majority said yes, then either could comply or get out. Sorry. People are, oh, I don't like what they're doing in America. Then get out. Me, I'm stuck here. I'm going to keep voting. I'm going to keep trying from the voting booth and see, um, one of these days, can owners raise prices just because they want to? Yes. Yes. The answer is yes. Now, you might not agree. You're talking about rentals? The answer is yes. Having worked with rentals and known people who owned rentals and so forth, the answer is yes. Now, they will try to raise the rent if they're if they're decent folk, okay? If they're decent folk, they're not trying to gouge. So what other folks have done, and I had to do this for this rental company that I worked for, because they had other properties they were trying to sell, but they rented them in the meantime, right? And so it was like, so what is the value of the house on the corner? It's just been repainted. Its roof is a couple of years old, but not brand new. And the yard and everything is decently kept. So that's not too bad. So the house and the property in this neighborhood is worth about $70,000. Okay. So now there's an empty lot and then there's another house. And this house is a lot spiffier. It's got brand new siding on it and a brand new roof. And they've torn down the old porch and put on a new one. Okay. Now it's one, there's one house, vacant lot, another house. Now, this house, what's it worth? Well, they just fixed it up. There's new carpet. They fixed it up. So now that one, because they fixed it up, they used the base price of the one on the corner at $70,000 and add what the cost of it was to bring this house up to code, up to snuff. So 70,000 plus 20 grand for refurbishing the house and the roof and everything. And so you say, okay, so now house on the corner worth 70,000. This house here is worth 80, 90,000, almost 100 grand. Now, if you tried to sell it for 100 grand, it would never sell. It would never sell because of the neighborhood. Because the house down the street, just a little bit further, it's in worse shape than both of these two houses. So it's going to bring the property value down. So the folks who invested $20,000 in the house may have been too much that they invested, but they did. So now they're going to have to look at it and go, well, the house on the corner is worth 70, maybe 85. That's 15,000. But how much did you pay for the house? Well, I only paid 40 for it. But so now you want to sell it for twice the price? Well, we had to go in and fix it, but it only cost you 20 grand. Yeah, but and prices, so you're trying to gouge the market then. Well, no, if the one on the corner is worth 70 and ours, we fixed it up, it should be worth at least 85. No, it shouldn't. No, because of the neighborhood. Where it's at. So you can try to overprice something in the wrong neighborhood and it ain't going to get there. But so you have to look at the neighborhood and what the other houses are going for. Same thing with rentals. Now, some folks just say, look, I think it's worth this much. And, last month it was $850 a month. Now it's $1,200. What? I know a person down in Thomasville. I said, how much are you paying for rent? $1,200 a month. I said, you're kidding. $1,200 a month? Jesus Christ. What? In Thomasville? What neighborhood down there is so flipping good that you're paying $1,200 a month for rent of anything? Is there a pool? Do you have, amenities where you're at? $1,200? What? But now that's how the market has come up, because Thomasville has some very old houses dating back to the Civil War and so forth. And it's got old money in the town. And some of these old houses are worth $3 and $4 million. What? Yeah. That house over there on the corner. Yep. 2.5 million. That's what it's worth. 10 years ago, it was worth 935,000. Miraculously, it's now worth 2.5. What happened? Nothing. The neighborhood changed. Not the houses, the people in the houses. The frog time. The influencers of the community have moved into these old houses. And because the prices are fixing things up, well, I put $150,000 into this house, to put it back in originally, and it looks great. They've got staircases and huge ceilings. Some of these houses down here are really grand. And so they want to fix them and put a new roof on them and so forth, which one of the houses that I went by the other day, they're putting a new front porch on. I was like, so the property value is going to go up. Now, who's doing the evaluation? These tax collectors, they're the crooks. Okay. They are the crooks with property values. So a rental will go up if the tax property tax person comes by and evaluates the worth of your property. That's a rental property. But the house, it's a duplex. Okay. So there's actually 2 apartments, right? So there's 2 bedrooms in each duplex. All right. Nothing fancy, but that's that. So, and you look at it, you go, okay, made out of concrete block, this and nothing special, right? Nothing fancy. So the property's valued at, because there's 4 bedrooms and 3 baths, so if you sold it as a house, what would it be worth? Well, about $110,000, $115,000. Okay, that's reasonable. And in the neighborhood. So you say, okay, out of that, now the rental person sits down and says, okay, this is what the property tax says. This is what the tax, this is what they claim is the value. Now, in order to pay my mortgage, to pay back, which is X amount a month, Now I got to pay insurance on it. That's X amount of months. And I have to pay property tax on it at the end of the year. And that's X amount a month. So now I got, 150, 200, $350 a month that the landowner has to put out. That's what he owes now, that it's got to come out of his pocket. That's why he's renting the place. So now, if something happens to the property, he's got to call somebody in, and and it cost them $1,000. Well, they're going to prorate that over 12 months. So let's just say it's another, $10 a month and blah blah. Anyway, so you tack all these other things on. So the landowner wants to make a little bit off of this. So now the property is $650 a month for one apartment. So between the two of them, you're making $1,300 a month for the entire property. But you only have to pay $350, $400 in to keep the property afloat. So you're making money. But now the tax collector comes back and sees that your property's doing really well and that the neighborhood has gotten better. So it was worth $110,000 before, and they come back and reevaluate your property and add $100,000 to it because the business is around. Oh, they built something down the road, and there's a steakhouse, a half block away, and there's this. Now all of a sudden, your property is worth more because the neighborhood has changed. Well, wait a minute, you didn't do anything. But now they say on your tax forms that the house is worth $215,000. But now the tax went up and the value went up and all these other things went up. You didn't do anything. But in the meantime, because the tax collector went up, now you've got to pay twice as much tax on the same property when you didn't do anything. Period. So now what do? You got to raise the rent. So properties, in California and places, I still can't believe how much property is going for in the cities around here. It's stupid. It is stupid. I know this one house that I worked on in Thomasville did something to the inside, helped do a floor, and we redid some balusters on the staircase, and I fixed a little this and fixed a little that, beautiful house, nice old staircase, nothing really fancy, but a nice old house, 12-foot ceilings, and it had a couple of fireplaces, but they closed them off, but a beautiful old house. Just a block from the old, the old oak tree in Thomasville, which is famous. And so a nice section of Thomasville. And it went from $125,000 value to $350,000. Nothing changed in the house. Nothing changed in the neighborhood. But somebody magically said, what is the national average for a house of this size, the house of this age with its historical value, and all of a sudden this $125,000 home is now worth $350,000 with nothing being done to it. So now you have to, if you're renting it, you have to pay the extra tax on that. You got to pass it along and whatever else come along. So the landowner is kind of stuck with certain things. Now, are landowners gouging renters? Absolutely. But they're gouging them because the value of the property went up. because their value of their property is now worth $350,000 when they didn't do anything. Now the landowner says, wait a minute, this is just not a $125,000 home you're living in. You're living in a $350,000 home. Ooh. So therefore you must pay me rent equivalent to what the value of the property is. You get it? So you're paying $500 a month, which was fair, and they were making money, and not a lot, but they were making money because it's a duplex, and so forth, and so, but now because the property value has gone up, your rent has to go up accordingly to reflect the value of the property. But nothing happened. Right. Like, for example, they valued my property at $1,000 an acre. Now I've got swampland starting literally 20 feet behind the house. And it's swampland all the way to the river, which is my property line. You can't build a house there because it floods. Even if you put it up on stilts, it would be a pain in the ass, because how are you going to do a septic tank, and how are you going to do this and stuff? So the value of it is only like $450 an acre. But because they looked at the property and said, ooh, it's on the river, and there's trees on the property, then my swampland that you can't sell to or build on is now worth $1,000 an acre. The property in the back is valued at the same as the property on my hill, which is high and dry and doesn't flood. But the value of the whole place is $1,000 an acre. Wait a minute. So, but 15 acres of it is swampland. It doesn't have the same value as what's up here on the hill. Ain't gonna have it. They still value it the same. It's not fair. It's not, equality and stuff, but that's the way it goes. So there are folks, the appraisers. There are appraisers going around revaluing properties. So this building's been here for 20 years. No problem. It was worth $100,000 for the last 10 years. No problem. New guy comes in, he reevaluates the block. There's a new business that's come in around the corner that's brought the value up. What? Yeah, they put in a coffee shop over there. So that brought the value up. Wait a minute. But you didn't do anything to my building. Well, yeah, because of that coffee shop over there, and because there's an auto repair shop down there, and because there's a photocopy machine thingy in the middle of the block. And so, yeah, now your property, because the buildings used to be empty and there wasn't any business on this end of town, your building was only worth $100,000. But now, because it's been revitalized, it's now worth $250,000. Now, this goes on all the time. If property does get devalued, and that's when the rich folks go in and buy up the land and the property, and then they send their tax assessor back in after they purchased it, and they drive the price back up. And they go, oh, yeah, you fixed it up a little bit. Now it's worth twice as much. Well, I only paid $50,000 for this thing. Yeah, but because there's a coffee shop moved in at the corner, it's now worth $150,000. Ooh, slick business dealings. So they buy them when the property value goes down. You understand? So this is how they wheel and deal. But this um, the tax assessors got a book, and when they it used to be that you could just go into a neighborhood and the house was valued in this neighborhood for $75,000. But because the national average value of a house like that, it's now 300,000. But wait a minute, just a week ago it was only worth 75. Yeah, but we checked with the national average. And the national average says it's worth 300,000. What? Hadn't changed anything. So tax assessors are the nemesis. They are the villains. Honest to God, check into it. I knew 2 tax assessors and was going to be a tax assessor when I said, "Nah, this is criminal. You're going to go in and reassess somebody's property, and you're going to go by standards in New York City for this little old country bumpkin town down here in the South Georgia. You're going to evaluate that house right there the same as you would evaluate a house in New York." Right. They're the same size, the same square footage. They got the same exterior. They got the same this. They both on a half acre of land. They both have their own water. But that one's worth $150,000 and this one's only worth 70. I have a friend of mine that just purchased a house in the country that was about 70,000, and they tried to sell it for 125, and they couldn't get it. But the national average for that house was 125. And he's like, but, couldn't sell it. There wasn't really anything wrong with the house other than it's 40 years old, actually 60 years old. It's in good shape. It's off the ground. The roof is in good shape. That outside exterior, it looks okay. But it ain't worth 125,000. It's got a decent lot, but nothing to write home about. But so what's the value of the property? The value of the property is what the national average is. So that's what the realtor was trying to sell it for. And nobody would buy it. It sat there and sat there and sat there. And out in the country, nobody around to really bother you. I think there's an outbuilding, but nice big yard. So, but the tax assessors and the realtors, they're in cahoots. They are in cahoots. And of course, the tax assessors work for the county and they want to get money for the county. So they send these folks out to reassess property to see if you've painted your house, which would bring the value up. Did anything that you could do? Now you're cleaning your yard and you're edging your driveway. Oh my God, you patched your driveway. Oh, and they go out and they look at it and they go, and because the neighborhood has gotten cleaner and they fixed 2 houses down the street, now your neighborhood looks better and now your house is worth automatically more money. Some magic fairy went in and waved a magic wand and said, price value just went up. When they sit there, nothing happened, nothing transpired, but somebody had a little booklet that has some numbers in it and their evaluation, and there you go. So, but they reevaluate the property most of the time upward. They reevaluate the property, so your tax has to go up. And so, like I said, they have to charge more rent because the rent has to be commensurate with what the value of the property is. So if your property value is now $300,000, you can't charge, $500 a month rent. You got to charge $1,500. Ain't nothing different. The property hasn't. Well, the value's gone up. So now, $500 a month, that ain't enough. My property value is 300. I've got, it's worth more. So therefore, because the property is worth more, then therefore the rent is worth more. And if you want to live in this house, then you got to pay it. It's fucked up. But that's the system. That's the system. That's it. So who's at fault? Tax assessors and realtors. I'm serious. Tax assessors and realtors. I should do a separate video on this. Not that we should actually do it, but I've known a couple of tax assessors, and some of these folks should be lynched. They ought to be lynched. I'm serious, because they have caused aggravation and grief and so forth for so many people. Well, we're just trying to gather revenue for the county. Well, yeah, it's like, the king in the old days sending out his henchmen, to all the serfs in the countryside. Pay up. Well, but king, your kingship, my property, you only wanted 1 bushel of corn last year. Well, yeah, but your property looks so good and that corn is so good. I think you owe me 3 bushels of corn this year. And you're going, what? But your lordship, I can't afford 3 bushels of corn. Last year was 1. I got that saved for you. You want 2 more bushels? Yeah, pay up, or we're going to throw you out and move somebody else in. That's what they're doing now. Business as usual. My question is, since the population of the town, wait, come back here. Population of the town had remained basically the same around here, at least the last 8 years. Only in the last 5 years have they felt the need to take a perfectly good school. It was long before they went from to a building separate. Yeah, right. I don't know. I think they got some government grants to build shit. The splosh tax or something like that. Because they built a bunch of stuff down here too. They built a brand new high school in Moultrie, and changed this one, to a middle school and this one to a something else. And who knows what the Board of Education does, and sometimes where they get their money. But sometimes the Board of Education doesn't get enough money. So, things like schools in the high school. You live in Alaska. I always wanted to go, but I never made it. I did make it to Washington, though, so I got close. I mean, as the crow flies from South Georgia, I was close, I ain't dead yet, so who knows? I've never been to Nebraska. I've been above it and across, and I've been below it and across, but I've not been to Nebraska or Kansas. Yeah, I come up from the. My son stayed 2 seasons up there in Ketchikan, and I used to know some folks that from the Tlingit tribe that lived around Ketchikan. I don't know if they're still alive or whatever, but um, I missed an opportunity to go up there and can't cry over spilt milk kind of thing, but Lord have mercy, I missed an opportunity. Little too chilly for me there. I like to watch truck. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to be there in the wintertime. Summertime's cold enough. You know, when was up in Washington and north up there when my brother and I went across, I'm in Montana and so forth. I had to wear a jacket during the daytime. It was windy and it was chilly. And it was in July. And I was like, "What?" And they were like, "Oh man, what you wearing a long sleeve shirt?" And I'm like, "I'm from almost Florida." You know, I live 30 miles from the Florida line and I'm from the South and you know, we don't get this kind of weather in the wintertime, let alone, in the summer. But anyway, yeah. Um, Anchorage. Yeah, I I would love to, honestly. Whether I went fishing or not, I would love to just go and see. I'd like to watch the fish jumps, for for example, that just um my back has to get better before I can do any traveling though. Yesterday I could barely move. I could barely move. Today, not so bad. So, but yesterday, whatever it was that it was, I, I couldn't barely sit up, let alone walk. And I was like, man, I hate this mess. you know, it's been a year and I still can't walk right. And it's right at my waist and up the 8 inches of my incision. But man, it's all I can do to stand up and and kind of screaming all the way, just in agony. So, but I'm still doing my exercises. I'm still walking around. I haven't given up hope. And, today didn't hurt near as bad as yesterday did. But whatever yesterday was, and I didn't do anything, untoward myself because I know better, lifting stuff and things. But I did mop and scrub the floor the other day. I mean, I scrubbed and scrubbed and scrubbed and mopped and scrubbed some more. And it might have been that destroyed my back for a day. But anyway, my point to that is that there are some days when I just can't move. And so if I want to go visit somebody, I don't want to get stuck where I'm like, I can't move. Um, I have to be able to be good in a row for a couple of weeks, and then I might consider traveling off somewhere. But at the moment, I can't go 3 or 4 days without getting incapacitated for a day or two. And so it's like, well, I haven't gone camping in the last year because I don't know if I'm going to get out somewhere and camping, me and Duggar, and get a catch in my back and I can't get off the cot. I can't tear down the tent. I can't, get it back in the truck. I can't drive home, you know. And all I did was go somewhere to go camping. So, in a way, I'm afraid to go places, you know, but I'm getting over it because I want to go camping. And hell with it. If I got a bad back or something, then I'll just crawl to the truck. I'll leave the tent or something. I'll figure it out, right? But and to some other people, it's like we got we might be 70. I'm 71, and I was gonna say 71 and holding, but that's bullshit. 72 is right around the corner. But I look forward to it. I'm not scared of it in any way. I take my heart medicine and everything, and I'm trying to get my back into shape. There are some days where I can walk really well, and there are other days when I can't at all. So, got to take the good with the bad, And I'm just glad I'm still here. I'm glad I'm still breathing. I'm glad that on the good days that I can walk, that I can walk. So I accept the grace of God and from the Creator, and I thank the universe for what I do have, you know, considering how bad my back was or actually is. So, oh, whiteout, is that what it is? Is that what that is? White, WYTE, whiteout. I'm still young. I'm trying to look at it that way. But when you can only get about halfway up out of your chair and your back's bent over and you're going, and you gotta pee and it's running down your leg and you gotta pee and your back hurts and you gotta pee and it's running down. Thank God it's here in the house and it's only me, but but to the point that boy, you don't feel very young then, you know. It is another 20. I stayed another damn hour. Holy crap in the bag. Me and my big mouth. Oh, got to talking about property tax, right? When I talked about property tax and so forth, um, it is the truth. You know, how are things set? How are things established? Tax assessors. And they've got a little booklet, and they go by the area and they go by the this, and that's why property in South Georgia went skyrocketing because they started comparing the property to the national average. We're not we're South Georgia, you know. Stop this national average crap. They want to make everything the same. So if you see a house in Virginia, that's a two-story colonial kind of thing, that's $250,000. Well, if you come down here to South Georgia in a comparable house that used to be 125, it's now to the same price because everything has to be equal. Everything has to be comparable. Everything has to be fucked up. Here's the 20. Here's for you, mama. Grandma, are you listening? We love you. Well, I hear tell you're doing well and good things have come to you. I wished I had your good luck charms. And you had to do, I could do, I could do, I could, you had to do, I could do. All right, my friends. It is way past my bedtime. I love you much. Thank you, uh, Whiteout and Wire, and all you dear folks who are kind of sort of new and have showed up tonight to participate and hang out. I love it. I do. I do. I do. So in the future, if you got something you want to chit chat about or whatever, keep that in mind. We'll put it on the agenda. I swear one of these days I'm going to learn. I'm using my cell phone right now because my computer is messed up and my other computer got wet and electrocuted itself. And so at the moment, my live streams are, relegated to my cell phone, which I'm glad I have, by the way. But it can't do much sharing and picture sharing and stuff like that. So hopefully in the future. So be kind to one another, my friends. That's the answer to our future. And the three cards that I pulled this earlier this evening, yesterday, uh, I pulled the rabbit card, and the rabbit card in the medicine card is is fear, and so the rabbit, calls fear to him. So eagle, come eat me. I'm afraid of you. Please don't eat me. To the bobcat, hey bobcat, please don't eat me. And calls him out. And so the bobcat or the eagle comes and eats the rabbit because they're so afraid they actually call fear to them. So one of the things that we got to stop doing in this time is we need to stop calling fear to us. Oh my God, that's going to hurt me. Oh, this is over here, and oh, they're gonna, they're gonna bomb us. They're gonna kill. That you live it, but the these folks are trying to make you believe that there's nothing but fear, and we have all kinds of alternatives. We have the choice not to live in fear. Yeah, there's still a war going on. Yeah, there's the Israelites and them folks over there. They still bickering it out. And yeah, it's stupid and crazy, but that doesn't mean you got to get involved. That doesn't mean that you have to enter into their chaos. You don't have to involve yourself in their fear. You can still watch it, keep your eye on it, but you can stay the hell out of it. What? Yeah, that's right. You can stay out of their argument. You don't have to participate. What? That's right. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean? Well, when you participate, then you participate with your angst, your anxiety, your fears, your hopes, your whatever, because now you're participating in their stuff. So if something bad, negative comes along and you're sharing their stuff, then you're going to have to share the angst and the anger and the murder and whatever it is that happened. Now, because you agreed to be a part of that, now you share it. Supposedly. So is that what you want to do? And the answer is no. You got your own life to live without having to, take on the burden of another country, without taking on the burden of other folks. You got your own stuff. So in this, when the rabbit card in the medicine cards, rabbit is fear. So you don't want to live in fear. So make the choice to stay out of fear. It doesn't mean that you have to become cold-hearted. It doesn't mean that you got to ignore. Well, actually, you do. You have to ignore the fear. You can keep an eye on Ukraine. You can keep an eye on the border. You can keep an eye on this and that. And you can do so without being fearful. Doesn't mean you don't care. Doesn't mean that actually you are a little callous to it. Okay, I will be honest. Because you can look at it and go, well, what about all the people coming across the border? Well, until somebody does something about it and I can't do it, I can voice my opinion. I can contact my congressman, But other than that, somebody else has got to close the border. I can't do it. So I can't live in fear. I can't live in all this other stuff. I'm not, there's no sense of me getting upset about this because I can't do anything about it. I can write my congressman and that's what I've done. So, but the people are going to, whoa, it's me. We're all going to, look, cut it out. Contact your congressman, contact your senator, do those things and stay on their butt. And that's the best that you can do from where you're at. But then there are other people who actually work down there and do that. And their involvement is, and we pray for them folk. Say, look, stand up for me. I'm on your side, you know. But can I go down there? Can I help out? No. So should I be angry and upset? And yeah, I'm not real happy about it, but I'm not going to lose sleep over it. I'm too old, been through too much stuff, you know. But so there are folks who are losing sleep over it when they really can't do anything about it. Do the things that you can do and accept that. And put your trust, holy Jesus, you know, but somebody's going to actually follow through on what we tell our congressmen and senators. We'll see, you know. So, but anyway, the idea of living in fear, no, we don't have to. We do not have to accept their fear and stand up for our rights. And our rights are simple. We don't have to live in fear. We can choose to do otherwise. And it's up to us because we have a free will. So until next time, sleep well, be kind, and I hope to see you soon. Okay. So this is Hawkeye Two Feathers saying thank you very much for hanging out with me. I love you all. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many blessings from the universe. And keep it between the ditches, my friends. And as Dante says, cheers.